It all starts in a sun-kissed valley. Hope and history hanging limply on a vine.
Kevin Harvick's season of despair.
Stories stored in a capsule of time. Years of processing, waiting for the right moment to be on display. Take a moment before you indulge.
3, 2, 1, ready. Green flag, green flag.
Savor all that feels familiar and the complexities that arise. Because once it's done, you'll only want more.
Unbelievable. There's your Sonoma win.
All you're left with is a lasting finish.
When the Fox Sports portion of the season started all the way back in February, we kicked things off in the state of California with a no-points, all-glory clash at one of the most historic sports venues. Today, as we close out the first half of the 2022 season, we're back in California for what could be a road course race for the ages. Another chance for a driver to punch his ticket to the playoffs, another chance to separate himself from the rest, and maybe another chance at payback. It's road course racing, so anything can and normally does happen. And we are so happy to say welcome to Race Day on FS1, presented by Coca-Cola here in our Race Day studios. I'm Shannon Spake. Over there, he's the Daytona 500 champ, Jamie McMurray, and he's Southern 500 winner, Regan Smith, with us today because Larry is in Sonoma drinking wine, smoking cigars.
There's no telling what's going on.
Calling the race, but not necessarily in that order, right? We don't think it's in that order. But we do miss you, Larry. Have fun out there. Regan, we'll have you go first. I just said it, right? Anything can happen today, but that's really been the story of the entire season.
Well, and that's been the beauty of this year, Shannon. You think about 18 weeks ago, we started the Fox portion of the schedule, and of 16 races, 2 special event races later, here we are, the unknowns that we started the year off with, wondering about a new race car, wondering about what the racing was going to look like. It has been absolutely phenomenal. Every week we leave the studio, we leave the racetrack wondering, what are we going to see next week? What's going to be different? I don't think this week's going to be any different. Sonoma, it's going to be an exciting day, and what a great season it's been.
Who knew we'd have so many watermelon smashings this year, right?
We didn't even have a watermelon
I know.
smashing this year. It's been so difficult for me to try to pick a favorite. I just feel like you get to see somebody that you think might be on a roll, and then the following week they struggle a little bit. And if you go back to last year, Kyle Larson got in this role of first or second place. Why are you laughing at me?
Kyle Larson every week last week.
Because he won all the races last year. But we just don't have that driver or that team this year to know who the favorite is. We get to have a little bit of practice in qualifying, so you think you have an idea, but it just seems like every week someone else shows up.
Who knows? You never know who it's going to be.
Might be Kyle Larson.
It could be Kyle Larson. All right, headlines time. And Regan, we'll have you go first again.
Well, my headline for today is going to be Shoot. There it is.
I love it.
We are bringing the Shoot back at Sonoma. The past 2 times that we've gone to Sonoma, running, of course, the carousel course, a little bit longer course, but this year, back to the short course there, back to the bumping, the banging, the beating, guys going 3, 4, 5 wide. I love that we've made this change, and also credit to SMI. SMI has always been open to making changes over the years and trying different stuff. They tried something different, and I think that the drivers, the teams, everybody's very excited to be back to running the Shoot.
I'm glad the carousel's gone too.
I'm going to be singing that song the rest of the day. Yeah. You know that, right? Jamie?
No singing.
Yeah, Shoot, there it is.
Ever.
Go ahead.
No. All right, so my headline is going to be Ross. He has no friends.
I like this one.
Right?
This is good.
A little playoff of the show. Ross has been so good. He won the last road course race, and he's even leading the playoff points. But if he wants to race the way he did last week at St. Louis, it's going to make his chances of being able to contend for a championship even harder. What's happened, he's going to have to prove to all these other drivers that he can make amends with them over the next 11 races. And based on my experience, he is going to have his work cut out for him, guys.
Got to do a lot of solids out there, right? All right, here's mine. Is this the weekend for sour grapes? You see all those faces on the sour grapes right there?
Faces look so weird.
A little strange because we've had so much that has happened, right? You got to think about William Byron, Joey Logano, Chase Elliott, Kyle Larson, and of course Ross Chastain with, I don't know, any of those faces on the grapes. So is today at this road course the day that we see sour grapes and a little potential retaliation.
Do sour grapes make good wine? Or I don't know how that works.
We'll have to ask
No,
Larry.
I don't.
He would know that. You should know that.
I don't know. I don't think so. Maybe good grape juice. I don't know. One of the best parts of my week, besides, of course, hanging out with you guys, is when Bob Pockrass joins us here on race day. So here he is from Sonoma. Here is What About Bob?
Ross Chastain told me he did a lot of listening this week in conversations with Denny Hamlin and Chase Elliott following their incidents at Gateway. Hamlin indicated that his mindset hasn't changed much since Sunday and that Chastain knows where he stands. As far as Chase Elliott, he told me they told Chastain that he has great pace, but he needs to be mindful of the moves that he makes early in a race. As far as NASCAR is concerned, they have not talked to their drivers. They're letting them treat it as a self-policing incident so far. Chris Buescher told me Saturday that he's feeling much better a week after missing the race at Gateway because of COVID. And it certainly showed in qualifying as he's starting third today in the race, his first race since that wild flip at Charlotte. It was in the days following the flip that Buescher felt weary and achy, and he thought it was because of the accident and not because of the virus. And look who's on top of the number 19 pit box today. It's Cole Pearn in an engineering role. Pearn, the former championship crew chief for Truex, is filling in for an engineer who is off for a wedding.
Oh, Cole Pearn's back. All right, Bob is not done for the day. He's going to join us a little bit later. You don't want to miss that because it's vintage Bob Pockrass. It's coming up, as well as all of this around the turn.
Race day is winding through wine country, and here's a little taste of what's to come on FS1. Kyle Busch has been tantalizingly close to uncorking a victory the past 3 races. We'll talk to the JGR driver about his Sonoma success and getting that vintage victory today. Things have been a little chaotic for Ross Chastain, so our Josh Sims gives the 2-time winner a much-needed Trackhouse therapy session. Plus, the reviews are in. Our experts give you all their favorites from the season. And Bryson Burns has the announcement of the highly anticipated Burnsy Award. So if you're looking for a smooth and zesty blend, then stick right here as race day continues from stunning Sonoma.
Beautiful. That is the part of the country that we're racing in today. Sonoma wine country, Northern California. Oh, there it is, right there. That's a beautiful shot right there. We love the wine tasting. We love the mountains and the valleys. We love sports in the area as well. And today, it belongs to NASCAR. And it's all going to happen at the 11-turn, 1.99-mile Sonoma road course. Our friends at iRacing have provided our track map. Let's bring it up. And Jamie, let's start where all the drivers start, right? They start in turn 1 and all of that elevation.
Yeah, so turn 1 is actually the fastest section of the racetrack. And when you make the left-hand turn, you actually drive up a really steep hill up underneath the bridge. You make the right-hander in turn 2. A little bit of a downhill, but then turns 3 and 3A, again, another really steep climb up to the highest point on the racetrack.
Well, and at that highest point, that's when you start down the hill to turn 4. This has changed a lot since last year. We used to take a right turn to go to the carousel. Now we're going back to the chute since it's back in play this year. The right-hander of turn 4, they took the curb out on the left side that you can see right there. These guys are going to be able to swing it very wide. We always used to go wide on that corner. You can go even wider now, and watch out for that wall. You got to get back in a straight line before you cross over where the bridge section of the racetrack is there. That sets you up for turn 7. Turn 7, one of the 2 best passing zones at Sonoma. You're going to see them 3, 4, 5 wide as they dive off into that corner, trying to make up as many positions as they can. And then after that, it's all about the exit.
Yeah, the exit's so important off of 7 because that sets you up for carrying the speed down through the S's. The S's, the car's really light going through this section. It's actually downhill. But the corner that sticks out to me here is turn 10. Fastest corner, or one of the faster corners on the racetrack. The back of the car is also really light through here. And we saw in practice and qualifying yesterday, a lot of cars run off here. The track gets pretty narrow on exit. But this also sets you up for one of the best passing zones. If you can exit right on somebody on the exit of turn 10, you can then pull to the right side and outbrake them down into turn 11, really slow corner. And it's got tires on the inside. And Regan, I always like to try to get as tight to those tires as I could.
And I just learned something new also. You had to get off turn 10 to make those passes. Probably a big part of the reason why I was never good at Sonoma, because I couldn't get off at turn 10. But as you go through that corner, you mentioned get tight to those tires. The exit, you can exit really low to those tires and straight line it all the way to the start-finish line, or you can swing it wide. You're going to see a number of different options for these guys as to what they do exiting that corner, how they save the rear tires, how they get that forward drive. We are are going to hear the word forward drive all day long out of everybody's mouths that they want to keep that in the race cars.
Yeah, the one thing that you can't see as we look at that map is actually the surface that we have this weekend. And I wouldn't compare it to Darlington, but it's similar. There's a ton of tire fall off. And what goes away when the tires fall off, you obviously lose some of the front grip, but you just can't get off the corners. You can't put the power down on the exit. And that's where you see guys make up so much time here when they were able to conserve the tires just a little bit more.
Going to be a lot of fun out there. Let's head back to the track. Jamie Little is with the driver starting 8th today. That, of course, is Coca-Cola Racing family driver Daniel Suarez. Jamie?
Well, what a weekend it's been for Daniel Suarez. After he qualified 8th yesterday, you jumped in the truck for an injured Carson Hocevar after stage 1. Went from 2 laps down to finish 7th. So what can you take from that performance, Daniel, to perhaps help you today?
Yeah, it was a long race. We were not expecting to go 2 laps down. We were expecting 1 only, but the truck was fast enough to win the race, and we just ran out of time. We were able to recover, but overall it was a good warm-up for today. We have a great car for today, but most important, we have great people here with us.
Tell us about little Kinsley. She is your honorary guest. Her name is on your race car.
She's my lucky charm for today. I'm going to be racing with Kinsley's bracelet. Kinsley has been fighting brain cancer, but she's very strong and she's doing amazing. She's the sweetest girl I have seen today, and really looking forward to have her in victory lane with me today.
All right, little Kinsley, she's going to have surgery tomorrow morning. We're so happy you guys could all be here today as guests and be that lucky charm. Get this guy, Daniel Suarez, in victory lane. Shannon.
Thank you so much, Jamie. Justin Marks tweeted about Kinsley earlier this week, and so we absolutely were expecting to see her at the racetrack. So good to see her out there. Daniel Suarez qualified and is starting right next to his teammate Ross Chastain, who obviously has 2 wins on the season. So what does Daniel need to do out there today?
I think for Daniel, they just got to quit beating themselves. This team has had a lot of speed. Daniel has been fast, in particular the past couple weeks, and it seems like there's always another mistake, sometimes of their own doing, sometimes things like a jack braking last week that you can't control. The good news is the race cars are fast. The race cars are capable of winning. They just have to piece it all together. Only 1 top 10 in the last 10 races. They need something good to happen here.
And you heard Jamie mention the truck race last night got some extra laps and a solid finish. Coming up here on race day, last Saturday, A.J. Allmendinger came from the back to the front in the first NASCAR road course race in Portland. He is hoping to finish in the same position in Sonoma today. He's going to chat with Vince Welch. Plus, June is Pride Month. Caitlin Vincey is here with the story of J.R. Houston and his partner, Ryan Hines. It is next on Race Day.
10 years ago, we started Untuckit out of my apartment, and today we have more than 80 stores worldwide. It's been quite a journey. We didn't just create shirts designed to be worn untucked, we perfected them. With great fabrics and design at the perfect untucked length, so you can look sharp in this new business comfortable world. Just look for our signature sale. Untuck It, 10 years in the making, and we're nowhere close to stopping. Shop our Father's Day sale today at untuckit.com.
Butcher Box. We deliver high-quality meat to your door. What happens next is up to you.
Introducing the all-new one-wheel GT and Pint X. GT, built with more power to crush new terrain. Pint X, twice the range to take on the city. 2 new boards to make everywhere epic. Get riding today at onewheel.com.
Every time we go road racing, he is the guy, A.J. Allmendinger.
We got to show respect to the Dinger. A.J. Allmendinger, the best on road courses in the Xfinity Series. That's that road course knowledge. A.J. Allmendinger claims a victory. Yeah! Let's go! And the winning, it never gets old for A.J. Allmendinger.
Today, the Dinger is going to be in the 16 car, and let's think back to last week at the Portland Xfinity road course race. He came from the back of the pack, worked his way all the way through all sorts of chaos. He won the race. He's going to start in the back today, so don't count him out. Let's go to Vince Welch, who's at the track with AJ.
He's a road course ace, so starting at the back of the pack's no problem. Did it last week, do it again. You're qualified middle of the pack. You're going to start at the rear after a mechanical change. How does that adjust the challenge for you as a driver and a team today?
Yeah, I mean, this is here at Sonoma. It's a tough place to pass for sure, but you know, I feel like with strategy, with stage racing, if we're fast enough, you can work on strategy and get up front. So I'm not too worried about that. I think it's more trying to get our race car a little bit better. We were a little bit too free yesterday, and that was something that we've worked on, and hopefully we've made better.
What's the key at Sonoma? Every road course is different. How about this place?
It's saving rear tires. You know, I think with this next-gen car, tire fall off, maybe it's not quite as much. It's cooler out today. But at the end of the day, you still got to save the rear tires. And that's where we were weak yesterday. I think we had good outright speed, but we kind of used the tires up pretty quick. So made a lot of changes. Starting in the back, you just got to be patient early on. It is a very long race still. So if we go do that, I think we have a great shot to get up front. We did it at COTA. We started last. Heck, last week at St. Louis, we started last. So we're getting pretty good at starting in the back and driving to the front.
Why even qualify? Why not just say, you know, I'm going to start at the back of the pack and go win every week?
Well, I'm working on Matt Colg to give me some bonus money for passing cars. If that's the case, then I'll for sure start at the back every week.
How are you feeling physically? Better today? Or
I told my crew chief Squid, you know, as long as I'm passing cars, that I'm going to feel great. If not, then it's his fault why I feel bad.
Yeah, a fast race car always makes you feel a little bit better too, Shannon. We'll see what AJ does today.
Thanks so much, Vince. I mean, listen, glass half full, that is glass half full right there, right? He's like, I'm starting in the back. I did it last week. I did it 2 weeks ago. I can do it again. Sundays are a little different than you know, Xfinity races on Saturday, though.
Yeah, I mean, he's clearly one of the best road racers in NASCAR, period. What concerns me about AJ today is that this isn't a great track for him. If you look at his history at this track, he only has 2 top 10s and 20 starts. And Sonoma is just a different type road course. I think if you look over the history of NASCAR, it's not necessarily the great road racers that are good at this track. And AJ referenced it, and Regan and I talked about it in the track map. Tires fall off quite a bit here. The cooler temps are going to help today. But when I heard AJ talk about his car in practice yesterday, he said it was loose. Well, forward drive is a big deal here. And when you're loose, it means the back of the car has no rear grip. When you have no rear grip in the back of the car, you can't give any gas, so it won't go. So he knows the feel he wants. And even though they did get 20 minutes of practice yesterday, you can't make the adjustments you need to get your car better. So he'll have his work cut out for him today.
Work cut out for him today. All right, moving on. As we recognize Pride Month, we had the pleasure of spending some time with J.R. Houston, the lead engineer on Bubba Wallace's car, and his partner Ryan Hines, who works for David Gilliland's Truck Series team. They are the first openly gay couple in NASCAR, and Caitlin Vincey sat down with them to talk about their relationship and much, much more.
There was definitely a period of time there where he and I were dating, and then our relationship started to get more and more serious, and it was like, if this is going to be real, I need to make that decision and come out.
If I'm being real, do I speak my truth or do I filter how I feel?
For me, it was a little bit different of a story because I had been out since I think sophomore year of high school. So I had kind of come to terms with I guess the public perception of it and what the ramifications of that could be. It was my job to kind of be supportive for him.
A lot of things that the sport is known for, the hyper-masculinity that the sport has, you know, it kind of led me in a way that was, man, what if I don't get another job? The team that I was working for was shutting down. You know, what if I say this and they just kind of push my resume to the side potentially? In the end, it was, what's going to make me happy? What's going to make us happy? And that was just something that I had to do.
And your experience overall was positive after you kind of had this truth?
Everything has been positive, and I have yet to experience somebody who's rude or non-inclusive. I don't want to call it surprising, because it's not surprising. The people that I work with, the people that I surround myself with, are people that I trust.
I see people tweeting you, saying that you are an inspiration to them. That's kind of a lot to carry, but you seem to embrace this, both of you.
I think one of the biggest things you can do is just be open around people who haven't experienced that before. It helps them understand that you're just people too, and they respect you for who you are.
We've seen a pretty big push from NASCAR themselves to really make sure we're being an inclusive sport.
Seeing them post that and put their necks out there and say, you know what, we don't really care what the comments are gonna say, this is the right thing to do, that spoke volumes to me and told me that I'm in the right sport. You know, it's the right place for me.
For you, being a person that people in the sport or just in the community in general feel comfortable coming to, what does that mean to you to kind of be that person that can just make a difference in somebody else's life?
I'm glad I can give back to people in a way that I wish I would have had back when I needed it.
Younger me.
sure the hope is at some point this is a non-story, right?
Yeah, absolutely. I think that's the biggest thing, is making it just normal.
We might be the first ones to be talking about this stuff, but we're by no means the last. A lot of people in our sport see it, and they're starting to see people that are open, like us, that are willing to have that conversation.
Hopefully, with our stories and with other people in the sport continuing to tell their stories, hopefully that'll continue to make the progress go faster.
Got a few things right along the way.
Yeah, of course, we want to thank JR and Ryan for sharing their story. I really think it's going to connect with a lot of people.
Absolutely.
All right, so during the month of June, NASCAR is recognizing Pride Month and highlighting its commitment to supporting the LGBTQ community within the sport and beyond. NASCAR is proud to support the Trevor Project, the world's largest suicide prevention and crisis intervention organization for LGBTQ young people. NASCAR celebrates continued inclusion in our sport this month and throughout the year. We've got much more to come here on race day. That guy right there is going to join us here on the show. He has 2 wins in Sonoma. He won the truck race yesterday. Find out how Kyle Busch feels going into today's race.
They say that a journey of 1,000 miles begins with one single step. But maybe it begins with one single start. Turn, bump, grind, pit, pass, win,
The winner. That's crazy what happens on the last lap here.
and celebration. In NASCAR, that journey starts here. I am the NASCAR Camping World Truck Series. I am NASCAR.
TRD has always been such a big part of our performance, so now to have that badge on the car is going to be very, very special.
Denny Hamlin sees the checkered flag. Kyle Busch steals one.
Our heritage has been based around TRD for a long, long time.
This logo didn't have the credibility, the respect that it does today. As a soldier going on 33 years and being in the trenches with this company, I'm filled with so much pride in our team, in our company.
You can see the TRD logo right there on the back of 2-time champ Kyle Busch's car. And of course, last weekend, it was the Kyle Busch and Joey Logano show at the end of the St. Louis race. 2 of the best going at it lap after lap. As impressive as that was, this is even more so. Take a look at his finishes, or his record, I should say, at Sonoma. Of course, he's got the 2 wins there in 2008 and 2015. He's got 6 top 5s, and he's finished 7th or better in the last 6 races. So we now head out to Sonoma, say hello to Kyle, who's already had a great weekend, by the way, right? He won the truck race yesterday. So congratulations on that, Kyle. But congratulations even bigger, right? It's been a while since we've caught up with you, and you have had a lot going on. The birth of your daughter, the biggest in your life. There it is. We have a picture of Lennox laying on your chest right there. What's it like being a girl dad, Kyle?
It's all good. Everything's been great. So obviously, yes, very blessed to have Lennox here now, and Brexton being an amazing big brother. So it's been super fun, super cool to see his relationship and wanting to help and be there and take care of her. They being 7 years apart. My brother and I are 7 years apart. Samantha and her brother are 7 years apart. So we didn't shoot for that, but it seems like we got the 777 there. So luck's on our side, hopefully being able to come out here this weekend to Sonoma, have some fun, families here, and maybe go out there and score another win today.
Well, Kyle, things have been great away from the racetrack. They've also been great on the racetrack for you as well. We think about going back to your win at Bristol, top 3 finishes in 5 of the last 7 events. When I talked to your crew chief, Ben Beshore, earlier in the year, it was always about we've got to find a little bit more speed. We've got to refine what we've got for Kyle. Now the conversations are more about, hey, we've got the speed. We've just got to keep getting better little by little as we get closer to the playoffs. Where is this team at right now as we get closer to the playoffs in terms of championship form?
Yeah, I would say that we've gotten better for sure. Everybody's been working hard. We've been finding some things and kind of fine-tuning what we understand about this race car. I think there's still some stuff that we have questions on, but overall, yeah, we've had speed. We've been close. I wouldn't say we've had outright speed. We haven't been the fastest car, but we've been close, and we've been in the name of the game. And Charlotte, we had that issue spinning and damaging the front of the car, and we were going to finish 20th without all the mayhem there late. So we got lucky to score a second there. But overall, you know, just keeping our nose clean throughout these events and being able to bring home solid finishes is great. But as hard as I am on myself and sometimes on my team, you know, we really want to win and score those wins and get those bonus points, because we know how important all that stuff's going to be when it comes down towards the end of the year when we get to playoff time.
So Kyle, you're in your 18th full-time year in the Cup Series, and with the affiliation of Joe Gibbs Racing and 2311, you actually have your brother as a teammate this year. What has that been like, being able to work with Kurt and trying to get the program better?
I mean, it's been good. I feel like Kurt has certainly, you know, backed up a lot of my intuitions and the things that I say and the things that happen around, you know, the race team, the cars, and how our stuff is going. So it's nice to have that. I'm friends with his engineer, Julian, and he came to me earlier this year and was like, you know, hey, what do you know about your guys' driving styles? Are they similar? Are they different? And I said, well, if you're smart, you should get with Ben and try to figure out and utilize a package that works for me and him, and we can do that together. And if you guys have noticed, we've actually been racing around each other and qualifying around each other a lot lately, and you know, so I feel like what works for him works for me, what works for me works for him. So I feel like we have two of us that can really work on fine-tuning and finding some stuff that really works for the two of us, and you know, we've been fast with that. So you know, something has really clicked there that's worked, and it's great to have him being a part of our team and the Toyota brand, and helping with TRD and our development to continue to get better and strive for more.
Jamie, did you say 18 seasons?
Full time.
I feel really old right now, Kyle. I can't believe 18
you and
seasons.
Me both. I'm with
I know. But you know what we have learned in 18 seasons? That if anyone knows how to sweep a weekend, it is that guy right there. So good luck trying to get that done. I know it'll be an awesome family photo in Victory Lane. Kyle, thanks for joining us.
Certainly will. Thank you guys. Appreciate it.
Take care. All right, coming up, what really happened last Sunday with Ross Chastain. He joins our Josh Sims to give us all the info and how he moves forward from here. We're also going to check in with the guys at the racetrack. There's Chris Myers. We got some awards to give out. Not award for best hair, because we don't know if that would go to Jamie or Chris. It would be a toss-up. But we'll give out some good ones coming up here on race day. Back here on race day, and for about 60 laps last Sunday, all eyes were on that guy right there, Ross Chastain. After all, he had a run-in with two of the sport's most accomplished race car drivers, but it was fun to watch. And what Chastain said when he climbed from the car to Jamie Little was almost just as surprising as what happened in the race car. To reflect and look ahead, our Josh Sims spoke with Ross Chastain.
Baby, I'm hot, light up her Uncle Son.
All right, Ross, so St. Louis was a rough outing for you.
Denny Hamlin gets hit from behind by Ross Chastain.
The 9, Chase Elliott.
Oh, we got him another one.
I think the 1 car had something to do with this.
If you could go back, what would you or could you have changed?
I watch it back and I think back through it, and I just way too aggressive at completely the wrong times.
Chase Elliott and Ross Chastain. That pair going at it. Oh, a tag team.
The worst case scenario. Both cars you wrecked side by side to you.
Have you spoken to either one of them?
I have. Yeah, it's a work in progress, and it's not like I didn't fix anything. No words are going to fix what I did.
Do you expect retribution?
If they feel like they need to do it, they need to do it. If that gets them in a better spot, then that's racing.
This Howard just said they think you made your point. You're right.
What was it like to see Justin Marks support you on Twitter?
So I haven't seen it, because when we were landing back in Statesville, I looked at my social media and I just one by one took them off my phone. In the past, I've used negativity to motivate me and to drive me through the week. I don't want that.
How much of creating enemies, let's say, on the track is just part of the game?
The problem is I'm initiating things often enough that it gets perceived that I'm super aggressive.
He's just really driving hard and pushing.
So there's consequences to every action. Ross Chastain is experiencing those consequences.
I paid the consequence throughout the race and maybe more down the road, but I will continue to try to get better. Absolutely.
Headed to Sonoma now, more road course racing for you guys. What are your expectations for this one?
It's just, how can I be the best I can be? How can I be better than other guys? My dad taught me at a very early age, let's just hurt their feelings by winning, which we've seen this Trackhouse team, both the 1 and the 99, are capable of.
So, Jamie, I know that you've said before that actions speak louder than words, but I'm wondering what he said post-race or even just then with Josh. Does that carry a little more weight?
I don't know. I mean, like, as I listened to his comments after St. Louis, that was a little bit over the top. I think that he said the right things. I don't know that he'll react the way that we want him to. You know, the thing that sticks out to me, though, is what he said about taking all of his social media off his phone. And we talk about drivers preparing physically to get in a car. Mentally, that's a big part of that. And anyone watching this show has read something negative on Twitter about themselves, most likely. And you can't get it out of your head. And when you're a race car driver, there's a lot. I remember I wrecked Jeff Gordon one time, and I couldn't look at my phone because people were just brutal on social media. So I think he did a good job knowing he's going to be racing for a championship later this season to get rid of that. I don't know, Regan. When I listen to that, I think he wants to do the right thing, but I don't think he can change.
You know, you always hear people say that you'd rather dial a guy back than have to teach him to be aggressive. So you don't want to, like, take that aggressive nature away from him. But how does he refine that a little bit?
Well, I think he's got to keep that aggressiveness, right? But the aggressiveness is a part of what makes Ross Chastain who he is in the race car. And I know drivers sometimes throughout their career, they say, hey, maybe I need to adjust accordingly to different scenarios. For me personally, I got to the Cup Series, and I didn't feel like I was aggressive enough. I was more focused on finishing races, and I didn't drive good because of that. Ross's MO is to be that aggressive guy. What I loved was what Chase Elliott said yesterday at the racetrack. He said, basically, Ross, take and refine when you use that aggressiveness. Instead of it being for a 20th place position, do it when you're in 5th place, and that doesn't matter as much. Now, Denny Hamlin doesn't think that necessarily, but pick and choose your battles, and the way that he worded it, the way that he said it, I thought made a lot of sense, and I think that's going to be the key for Ross.
Yeah, but I think the difference between Chase and Denny is that Chase went on to continue in the race. Denny's race, he continued, but multiple laps down with an injured car. And Denny said it after the race. He's like, look, I'm going to pay him back when it counts. And when it counts is when Denny feels like it'll be, you know, the worst situation for Ross, whether it's in the playoffs. If Denny gets eliminated from one of the rounds in the playoffs, I think he makes sure that Ross can't make it through. If it's for a race win, I think that Ross knows he has one coming.
Still a lot of weeks left, though, for these guys to prove to themselves that, hey, listen, Ross, he learned, right? He's racing me differently here, and Denny's going to keep that. If I was Denny, I'd keep that absolutely as long as I can. It's going to be an easier pass every time now.
Another layer to this is, of course, Justin Marks, right? Because we don't see Joe Gibbs or Roger Penske or Rick Hendrick tweeting about what's going on in the race with their drivers, and Justin Marks is certainly doing that.
Do you think they have Twitter?
Not only that, hey, touche, Jamie McMurray. Straight ahead, our guys at the track are going to join us right there. They all have Twitter. We know he has Twitter. Plus, Smoke, the Hall of Famer, in the booth today and on the track with the guys. We'll be right back. That's what it's looked like so far the first half of the season. This is what it's going to look like today. It's the annual trek out to wine country for the NASCAR community. And it's a perfect time, right? Because it's the off weekend, so a lot of guys go out there. They'll stay out there with their family and friends. Wives always want to go to this one, right, guys? This is the one that they always say. And because it is the halfway point, it's the time here at Fox Sports that we like to hand out our Burnsy Award. Steve Burns was our colleague and our friend. Sadly, he lost his battle against cancer back in 2015. Hard to believe he's been gone that long. But his family remains part of our Fox family. So here's Steve's son, Bryson Burns.
thanks, guys. For the past 7 years, Fox Sports has been presenting the Burnsy Award to someone in the NASCAR industry that shared some of the same qualities and character traits as my dad, Steve Burns. We are excited to announce that this year's winner is Trackhouse team owner Justin Marks. This is Justin's only second year as a NASCAR Cup owner and his first year as a two-car operation. Justin has revolutionized team ownership, and this year he has already led his teams to 2 victories and 9 top 5 finishes. In addition, he and his drivers Ross Chastain and Daniel Suarez have been super accessible and supportive in helping Fox Sports provide the very best race coverage every week for our fans watching at home. Like my dad, Justin and his team work hard to produce the best and to grow the sport. Justin, congratulations on receiving the Burnsy Award, and thanks so much for representing my dad in this way. Good luck with the rest of the season.
We're at the 99 Holler with this year's Burnsy Award winner, Justin Marks. And Steve was always about, we did a great job today. How can we do it better? And that seems to be your approach to being a team owner in this series.
It's incredibly humbling to be able to be here and talking to you about this. You know, what's fundamentally driven what Trackhouse is all about is truly just a passion for this sport. We are a group of people that we just love NASCAR. Got the greatest jobs in the world, and you know, I wake up every day motivated by memories of, you know, watching races on TV and hearing Steve and falling in love with the sport to his voice for a number of years, and that's really what we're all about, is, you know, hopefully inspiring that next generation as well, and doing great work as Trackhouse. So thank you to Fox and thank you to everybody. It's truly humbling. It's amazing. We love what we do. I love NASCAR racing. I love this sport, and we just work hard and try hard every day to do our best and try to give back as much as we can.
Well, thank you for all your help and helping us with innovation this year. Thanks to Bryson for the presentation of this year's Burnsy Award winner, Justin Marks. Shannon?
Thank you, Mike. Congratulations to Justin Marks, and he's always winning with that hat, because I love that Trackhouse hat. All right, speaking of the track, let's head out to the track, because we're going to name some winners, our best of awards, our best of so far awards. Let's bring in those guys right there, Chris Myers, Larry McReynolds, and of course the Hall of Famer Tony Stewart with us today all day. Larry, I'm going to set you up first, okay? So your best of so far awards is the best surprise. What you got for us, buddy?
I think it's where we were last week at St. Louis. The people there have been saying for years, bring us a cup race. And they responded. A sellout crowd. The racing did not let us down. It had that big event feel. And you know what? The city of St. Louis, they embraced it. They made it not only a race, but a big event for that town.
Tony, how about best rivalry?
Well, I think hands down it's Ross Chastain versus, well, the entire field, actually. I think the entire series has got a bullseye on Ross's back. He has hit everything but the pace car, and I think it's in danger today of getting hit if he's anywhere close to it.
Wow, we brings a little comedy here for the.
You'll do the jokes, right?
Yeah, that's right. Tony will do the analysis, but we'll have more on that a little bit later. Let's get views on our pit reporters, and we'll start with Jamie Little and Vince Welch.
Tony Stewart encroaching on Chris Myers' ground there with the one-liners.
Already, I'm one behind.
Yeah. Hey, we're going to talk a little bit about some of the best things we've seen on pit road this season, and I'm going to start with the best call of the season, and I'm going to take you all the way back to week 3 at Las Vegas. Greg Ives and the 48 crew, they came in 4th on a late pit stop and decided to just go with right side tires only. It got them out in position for that restart along with their teammate, and Alex Bowman got the best of that restart and went on to win. Greg Ives told me earlier today that decision actually came from something that happened the year before when they came in and put on 4 tires at Las Vegas and didn't get the win, and they knew that was the wrong decision. If they had the chance to do it again, they would do it differently, and they did, and they won their race.
That was a big day for them. Well, my part for best so far is a 2-parter. I'm going to say best pit crew so far, the 18 of Kyle Busch, the team getting it done. But how about best pit crew member, Lee Cunningham. Rear changer. This is what happened at the Coke 600. Smashed his fingers on a nitrogen bottle, almost cut them off. Taped him up and managed to pull off 12 pit stops in that race. Unbelievable what that team has overcome this year. Some of the fastest pit stops all year long. They won the pit stop competition. So a lot of great work down on pit road this year. It certainly has had its challenges, Shannon.
Thank you, Jamie. Of course, we got to give awards to those two as well. Best pit reporters right there. Just kidding. I know.
Shannon, I'm sitting right here right now.
All right. Well, hey, you are here today, but you obviously have my heart as well. But you are right there, right, for a lot of the post-race sound. So best soundbite this year is what?
Oh, best soundbite. I've got to take it back to Darlington a little bit earlier this year. And we got to the end of the race. William Byron, Joey Logano battling it out at the end of this event. And it didn't go William Byron's way. He gets the bump or dump and run. And here's his soundbite.
He's just an idiot. I mean, he does this stuff all the time. Yeah, he's just a moron. He can't win a race, so he does it that way. So we were faster than him. Obviously, at the end, right rear started to go away, and he didn't even make it a contest.
I absolutely love it. William Byron, he's always quiet. We never see much out of him. No, he was mad that day, and I hope he keeps that anger. I hope he keeps that emotion through the rest of this year. That could be the kind of emotion and anger that leads him to a championship.
You're like, my ears. You're not used to William Byron saying that. All right, Jamie, best finish. That's your category. What do you think?
Yeah, I thought I had the hardest decision because I had so many to pick from.
There's a lot.
Yeah, a lot. But I was going to go with Cotto and Ross Chastain getting his first win. It came down to these three guys, and you see Allmendinger kind of did the bump and run, which we expect, and then I think what we didn't expect was the bump and dump that you see right there by Ross Chastain. But what we got from all of this is a moment that every Cup driver lives for, and that's that first win. Ross Chastain, super cool to see him get his first win.
We loved it. All right, mine's sort of along those lines. It's like we've worked together every single day for
so
the
weird,
last
right?
couple years. Mine is the best celebration, and you have to go with Ross Chastain, right? So every time, and Justin Marks, obviously, in this part right here, as far as Coda's concerned, but every time Ross gets on top of the roof of that car, and I'm like, don't slip, right? I think he's going to slip, and then he gets down, and I'm like, he's not going to eat that off the ground, is he? And he does. He eats the watermelon off the ground, of course. I think he handed it to a fan at one point in Talladega. So certainly one of the most creative celebrations that we have seen in a long time.
Nothing better than a little watermelon and burnt rubber, right?
It's hey,
Regan could pull off the seed stuck to his face as well, which would be great.
I didn't see the seed. I swear I didn't see it.
We should have done that one for you while you were in studio.
Right
Chris, we've saved the best for last. You had the best race category. What you got?
Well, and the finishes, 12 of the first 15 races, Shannon, weren't decided until, the last 10 laps. Best race, and this is from start to finish, taking everything into consideration. 4 different stage winners. Longest race in the history of NASCAR in terms of miles, almost 620. Great drama at the end. Usually the Coca-Cola 600, Charlie said, well, I'll tune in, I'll tune back in, I'll check in later. You didn't want to tune away. You could not leave edge of your seat until the very finish. One of the most exciting races, in fact, in my book, it was the race of the year. And Shannon, we're going to continue
from
the
edge of your seat was when you got home because you were flying home the entire race.
Yeah, but I had to watch and listen to you guys do the race. I'll do the Joey. Larry's going to be at the Chuckle Hut over in Oakland a little bit later. Hey, Shannon, you guys, I know you're going to continue through the season. This is our last broadcast from here. You'll have people on the scene. And, of course, race day continues throughout the year. Great job by all you in the studio, including Larry, helping us out here today. I had to get him back for that. So we'll talk to you a little bit later on. We're going to take care of it. You guys ready to rock? It's going to be fun. Buckle up, as he always says, right?
I'm always ready, bud.
Okay, Tony Stewart. And we have Larry McReynolds in for Clint Boyer. I'm Chris Myers. Over the next hour, live from Sonoma. We're in the wine country, taking you NASCAR on FS1. Stay with us. I know you will. From the wine country in Sonoma, California, Race Day comes to you live on FS1, presented by Coca-Cola.
It all starts in a sun-kissed valley. Hope and history hanging limply on a vine.
Kevin Harvick's season of despair.
Stories stored in a capsule of time. Years of processing, waiting for the right moment to be on display. Take a moment before you indulge.
3, 2, 1.
horn ready. Green flag, green flag.
Savor all that feels familiar and the complexities that arise. Because once it's done, you'll only want more.
Unbelievable. There's your Sonoma win.
All you're left with is a lasting finish.
We welcome you live to NASCAR country. It's also the wine country. And like this season, this track here has a lot of twists and turns and bumps and breaks. Sonoma Raceway, the perfect setting for America's best drivers hitting the road on this road course, and a 20-degree shift in temperature from the last couple of days where it was unseasonably high in the 90s. Now it's cloudy. We have cloud cover here. Cool and comfortable in the 70s here in Northern California. Now we welcome you to race day along with Larry McReynolds in for Clint Boyer. I'm Chris Myers, and our Hall of Famer Tony Stewart has his own flyover right on cue. It's as if you were racing here. He's had so much success here. In fact, your last win came right here on this track. You reflect back on that often?
Yeah, actually I do. It was a pretty special day. Obviously, getting some track position and having to hold guys off on older tires, and one last stab at it right here. I got used up in turn 7, and I made sure I used Denny up in turn 11.
Yeah, and Denny's quite a topic these days. You're the perfect guy to talk about revenge, which we'll get to a little later in the show if you stay with us. But there is Tony, and we started the year with you from the Clash at the Coliseum on our broadcast. Great to have you here as we wrap up our portion of carrying the Cup races. By the way, so Larry, your first win as a crew chief came here with Ricky Rudd.
Well, it was our first year out here in 1989, and it was a battle all the way through the race between Ricky Rudd and Rusty Wallace. It didn't come without controversy, but we won the controversy, and we got to take the trophy home. It's neat to win any race, but it's always nice to say we won the first one at a track.
Yeah, and this the second road course this year of 6 on the schedule. Larry, as we take a look at the guys who are noted, it's been a crazy year of, I guess, guys who do well on road courses. It's hard to pick a favorite this year at a particular track, even this one.
Well, and this is what has changed about road course racing. Let's go back to 1989 when we won that race at Sonoma. Back then, it didn't matter if it was Riverside, Sonoma, or Watkins Glen. You could count the drivers that could win on one hand and probably have fingers left over. That has changed. It's become about as hard to pick a winner for a road course as it is at any other track. In fact, our last 12 races here, 10 different winners, Martin Truex Jr., the only repeat winner, and I see that probably continuing today.
Yeah, Tony, what does it take to win here, no matter the car change, the driver, since you've had success and you see what these guys have done this year?
Yeah, this is one of those racetracks that you really have to race the track more than you have to race the competitors. I mean, you're obviously racing for track position, but this is a track that's old, it's wore out, it's hard on tires, but it's a fun racetrack. If you can get your car right and you can get in a rhythm, this track is more fun than most of the places we go to.
And the guy on the front row has won, 10 of the last 15 road courses overall. That's good news for the guys here in Sonoma. Kyle Larson, 5th straight Sonoma time, starting first with Chase Elliott's, a couple of Hendrick Chevrolets. A lot more coming as we come to you from the grid here live in Sonoma.
Race day is pouring you so much more, so grab a glass and join the Pacras party. Bob's been the main attraction everywhere, and he doesn't slow down in Sonoma. Martin Truex Jr. has driven past all the best vineyards in the valley. The 3-time winner here stops by to give us a tour of the land. And he's won on every road course. Well, maybe not everyone. The most popular driver, Chase Elliott, comes by before he tries to taste victory later today. Plus, Michael Waltrip wines and dines the drivers before they take on the task of rolling through the roads of Sonoma. NASCAR from Sonoma is the perfect pairing, so stick around on race day.
'Cause I always have to steal my kisses from you. Always have to.
Here is Coca-Cola Racing family driver Daniel Suarez, who earlier today here had some fun with his very own Daniel's Amigos fan club.
Hola amigos, we're here in Sonoma. Myself, NASCAR, Speedway Motorsport, and Coca-Cola have introduced Latino Hispanic community to the sport of NASCAR. Starting in 2019, we created the program Daniel's Amigos to welcome Latino Hispanic community to the sport of NASCAR, to have fun, lots of food, and myself.
Always a good time with Daniel Suarez. Starts in row 4. 2 top 5 road course finishes in his career. He actually relieved Carson Hocevar in the truck race. We had double duty drivers this weekend here at Sonoma Raceway. As the drivers get ready to go here in the Cup race, Kyle Busch won his 62nd career Truck Series race. Ross Chastain came in 4th. Alex Bowman crashed out, and Daytona 500 champion back in 2018, Austin Dillon, he wound up 17th. So those guys should be a little bit ahead of schedule if they're not worn out. Back with Tony Stewart and Larry McReynolds. So about the best place to pass here? I guess it's just under a 2-mile track. You're going to go about 219 plus miles. Are there certain spots that you found favorable?
Yeah, actually, and a lot of it depends on opportunities as well. But turn 2, sometimes you can sneak under a guy. Obviously, going down into turn 4 is a good braking zone. Turn 7 is an excellent braking zone. And then obviously the famed turn 11, where a lot of action happens, and I'm sure will happen a lot today, is probably the 4 best passing zones on the racetrack.
Yeah, and Larry, what do you tell your drivers sometimes as you have to deal with the twists and the turns and the adjustments?
Well, I know we're back to the version that we ran back in 2018. We're not running the carousel, we're running the chute. But you know what? The track may be shorter, but the challenges are the same. Tony mentioned it at the top of the show. The grip level is down. So today, a crew chief, you're part therapist, you're part strategist. This guy's gonna be telling me all day long, it won't turn, it's loose off, there's no grip. I've got to say, I know it, Tony, but guess what? It's better than everybody else's right now. And strategist, whatever I have to do to set him up to be in position in that final stage, to go out there and try to win this thing.
Well, boy, it is pretty to look at. So a lot more shifting, Tony. How does that impact the race or the driver?
This is one of those tracks that doesn't have a lot of long straightaways, so the drivers are already busy when we had a 4-speed transmission. Now you add the new gearbox to it. Now they have about 4 to 6 more shifts than what they had in the past. So now they're really, really busy. So they're constantly chasing the gearbox. You're constantly chasing the grip. And like Larry said, with the tire fall off that we expect to see today, these guys could be playing games with whether they actually go down to first gear in turn 7 or 11, or whether they actually leave it in second gear and let it lug a little bit.
I think it was Kyle Busch who commented that this new car, next-gen car, has grip that's really good for a road course.
Yeah, honestly, if you took our last year's car and you said, let's do some things to make it a better road course car. You give it rack and pinion steering, you give it independent rear suspension, you make it symmetrical, 5-speed sequential shifter, that's all the things that this car has. I don't think that was the full intention, but there is no question this car, and we saw it at COTA, it is a good car for the road course.
Yeah, usually when we're here, it's a little warmer. Does the weather affect this much at all?
It's always the same on top of that pit box.
I'm talking about for you in the car.
It really does. I mean, the drivers are obviously more comfortable. This track is one that heat has been an issue for drivers in the past, but at cooler conditions today, it's going to be better on the drivers. It's definitely going to be better on the tires and the brakes. So it should provide for very fast pace and a lot of action.
So Larry, the usual names that we're going to talk with Chase Elliott. We know Kyle Larson is on the pole. Is there somebody in particular you're watching just based on how they've run this year? And it seems, as you pointed out, we used to be able to say, hey, this driver, they're best, they're going to win this, or at least be at the front. We've had a mixture of guys win at different races all year long.
Well, we've already brought him up, but I go back to Ross Chastain. Yep. It just seems like, he made the second round. He qualified inside the top 10. It just seems like they are fast with that one car. It doesn't matter, super speedway, short track, intermediate. Of course, he won the road course we were at earlier down in Austin, Texas, and I think he's going to be fast today.
Is there a different mentality, Tony, when you come to a road course and you sit in the car just, preparing for it?
I think so. I mean, like we say, where ovals, you get in a rhythm, but it's different on a road course. You have to really get in tune, and this is one of those tracks that you have to get in tune with it to be fast, to be consistent. You have to race the race. You can't get so obsessed with racing the guys around you. You have to race the race and balance your tires.
And I know this is different. There's no carousel, which I'm going to miss because I like the horses when they go around a little bit. It was always at a time. All right,
let's see. That would be 3 jokes by Chris Meyer.
But you still had he had the first one. No, but is that an effect at all, really, or is that not having the carousel?
I never got to run the carousel. tell with the Cup cars. I think going into turn 4 the way it is has obviously been a lot of passing zones.
Okay.
And then that leads to turn 7, which created a huge passing zone there as well. So I think it's better the way that we're going to run it again this year and the way that it's been ran in the past.
Yeah, we thought it was going to be better when they brought it back in 2019. 2 races. We didn't come here in 2020. But like Tony, I think the drivers are excited because it brings back some passing zone. And the more passing zone, the better the racing's going to be.
Coming up later, we're going to talk with Ben Kennedy of NASCAR, who talks about the schedule, what we could expect. But next, Martin Truex, who has been a king of the road course. It took him a while on short tracks. He's done well on the road course, hoping to have success here and get his first win of the year. And even in cloudy skies, that's the Patriots Jet Team Air Show performing here at the track. Largest civilian-owned aerobatic jet team in the Western Hemisphere, and putting on a show for all of us and you watching at home.
Bad dad joke challenge.
Bring it, Bob.
Whoever laughs the most loses. What's a NASCAR driver's favorite meal?
Tell me, Bob.
Breakfast.
It's weak sauce. Where do the losers here in Sonoma go to complain?
The 7-holler?
Wine country.
Have you heard of the driver who thinks everything is always someone else's fault? His name is Ryan Blamey.
That's pretty good. Why was the racetrack so hot? Because all the fans left. I got him.
You're nuts. Did you hear that a cheese truck crashed on the track? There was debris everywhere.
I see what you did there. I don't like it. I got a job as a tire changer, Bob. Did you know that?
Didn't know that.
It's the pits.
That's a good one. Have you heard the one about Cole Custer?
No.
No? Well, Stuart Haas. I got him on that one.
That was pretty good.
All right.
Wow.
They need to leave the jokes to us.
Yeah, there you go.
But you know what? It all makes sense. Sometimes you can't connect the dots, but I seen Pockris last week digging through your briefcase in St. Louis. He was digging your jokes out.
I think, yeah, and Bob will be at the Side Splitters in Secaucus opening for Bob Zaney a little later. I do like the Ryan Blamey, though. That
was
right?
pretty good. That was pretty
kind of chuckle. All right, let's check in with Vince Welch. He's talking with one of the drivers in today's race. Vince.
And with Kevin Harvick, a former winner here at Sonoma, very good in practice as well. Can you win today?
I hope so. You know, our gear wrench Ford Mustang was good in race trim. Driver doesn't do very good in qualifying, but guys have done good. I think it's going to be a lot about forward drive and keeping that car going forward today.
Thanks, Kevin. Jamie?
Chase Briscoe had 3 top 10s last year, all on road courses. What do you think? Is your car a little bit better than where you qualified back there mid-pack?
Yeah, for sure. Driver definitely screwed up. I think I told you even after practice that if I just put a lap together, we'd be all right, and I didn't do that. So, yeah, I think our car's pretty good. So, yeah, you know, just got to keep the tires underneath you. I think nobody really knows how bad it's going to be. We only ran 7 or 8 laps in practice. So, you get these long runs, there's going to be a lot of guys coming forward, and hopefully it's one of us.
Alex Bowman having a little bit of fun with you, and he's with Vince.
He is indeed. Finished second at COTA. What do you need to get one step better today?
To be a whole lot better than we were yesterday. We struggled pretty bad yesterday, but Greg and all the guys do such a good job at analyzing data and figuring out where we can be better and helping me help us and see what I can do better as well. So our Ally Camaro will hopefully be better today. We got a lot of cars to pass, but long race to make up for it.
Wish you the best. Jamie?
And his teammate William Byron, they were together side to reach across. We're all in each other's shot here. Alex Bowman having fun. You guys didn't have the best qualifying run, but what do you think about race cars, especially now with the weather being different and cooler today?
Yeah, I feel really good about a race car. It's just we kind of got blocked on our qualifying lap, and that hurt us. So when we tried to do a rerun, so yeah, I feel good about a race car. I feel like it's got speed this week, and excited for that. Just need to work our way up towards the front with our teammates there on the front row. So definitely a lot to learn from Chase and Kyle on the road courses. I feel like they do such a good job getting speed out of the car. So just trying to keep getting better at it. But hopefully this Raptor Chevrolet is good enough to get to the front.
All right, have a good day today.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Chris Myers.
All right, and Martin Truex Jr. has joined us. 3 wins here at Sonoma, more than any of the active drivers. Nice to see you. Thanks for coming up to the front of the grid. You doing all right? I know a frustrating weekend so far with your car, but at least you're in a place that you're comfortable with, or have been.
Yeah, I mean, for sure, it's not going exactly the way we'd hope, but we've got a lot of laps today to get it done, to get to the front. Strategy here, as you guys know, is always important. If we can hopefully jump some spots there, pass some other guys, and just work and fight all day like we always do.
And with the new gearboxes, I mean, you've been here for years with a 4-speed transmission. We've brought it up that there's a lot more shifting going on that you're going to do today versus what you've done in the past. How long did it take to get in a rhythm and figure out new shift points and braking points where you do upshifts, downshifts?
Honestly, pretty quickly. We did some stuff in the simulator this week, which everybody does these days. You have to with 15-minute practice sessions. So got pretty used to it. It wasn't exactly like the simulator. So like the second lap, I changed it up a bit, and I've kind of stuck with it. I think the biggest thing is the brakes. We have so much brake now, and you know how low grip this track is. We have more brakes than tires now. And I was really fighting locking up rears yesterday, which, generally here you did that. You wheel hop, you put some front, and you're good to go. But it's been a little bit challenging there to figure that part of it out, and that's something that we're going to battle today.
Martin, you've raced for a long time in the Cup Series, and you've seen a lot of different styles of racing. One of the big stories in 22 is how aggressive some drivers are racing. What is your take on what you see right now on the racetrack?
Well, aggressive's fine. Driving through people's not, right? Some things don't change.
Right.
And, so I think, restarts over the years have continued to get more aggressive. The field has gotten closer and closer. Now we got this car, everybody has the same thing, basically. So it's harder to find advantages. The field's just tighter. Every spot matters, and it's harder to get every spot. So you just got to get what you can when you can. But for me, I think, the old saying is, race guys like they race you, and that's what you got to do.
I'm sure you can handle that. I know you got to go for driver introductions. Because it's come up, we've read and heard different things. Martin, I know you have a contract. I think it's through next year. Hinted retirement. Things have been said. Are you any closer to a decision? There are race fans and Truex fans that would like to know. Maybe you don't even know yet.
Yeah, I'm getting closer.
Okay.
I should know here pretty soon. So hopefully we can figure that all out. But had a great career. I've had a lot of fun, and been fortunate enough to work with a lot of great people and make a lot of great friends. And I've had a blast. So I'll let you know in a few weeks what I'm going to do next year.
Well, and we've always appreciated you coming on with us and enjoyed watching you drive. So whatever decision you make, we'll certainly understand it. We're with you on that.
Appreciate it.
And Martin Truex, wish him luck today. A little bit later on when we continue, Ben Kennedy will be joining us from NASCAR to talk about the schedule, what's worked, what hasn't, what fans are saying. And then also Chase Elliott will join us as well. Oh, Michael Waltrip is starting early on the grid walk. It's NASCAR's show of record race hub Monday through Friday. Revs everything up with your favorites. They have a number of drivers, iconic legends. Whether there are races every weekend or not, race day is there on FS1. So stay tuned with your friends at Fox at FS1 all season long, as well as the day of the race day, to get you ready for Sunday's events. In 2 weeks, NBC picks up the coverage from Nashville, and we enjoyed having Dale Earnhardt Jr. from NBC come over and help us with the Talladega race. As they were just talking about a moment ago, how we've seen some aggressive driving, which creates drivers looking for some payback. We had Dale Earnhardt Jr. talk a little bit about revenge on the track.
Anybody wants to block all year, that's what I'm going to keep doing. They can handle it however they want.
Life is like a road course. There's rights and lefts, twists and turns, all kinds of elevations. But there's a certain flow to it. So when an event occurs instantaneously changing that course for the worse, it's understandable that one would want to get retribution.
You made your point. You're right.
But when the only way to get even is retaliation,
Just wrecked us.
that, my friends,
Wreck him if you have to.
is called revenge.
Bumper to the back of the 24.
Tell you what, we got a little rivalry going on here today, boys.
He's just a hack.
Chicken move that he did there at the end.
It was payback.
Revenge has many flavors. You know, an eye for an eye.
Oh, no, that's it.
But timing, that's the art.
Logano into the wall. Kenseth takes him out.
Vengeance, though, can be extraordinary.
Warrior shot.
Going from nothing to lose to losing everything.
He just drove it right up there into you, buddy. Meant to do it.
There's one simple way to end the cycle of revenge. Forgiveness.
I owe half the field an apology. Words aren't going to fix it. I'll have to pay for it on the track.
But don't hold your breath.
Thank Dale Earnhardt Jr. for that. Look forward to NBC's coverage in a couple of weeks. I wonder if Ross Chastain, getting ready for today, is looking over his shoulder at all. Earlier in our program, the crew from Charlotte with Josh Sims, he sat down and spoke to various people, including Ross, about aggressive driving and what comes after that. And here's part of that interview in case you missed it.
Do you expect retribution?
If they feel like they need to do it, they need to do it. If that gets them in a better spot, then that's racing.
This Howard just said they think you made your point. You're right.
What was it like to see Justin Marks support you on Twitter?
So I haven't seen it because when we were landing back in Statesville, I looked at my social media and I just one by one took them off my phone. In the past, I've used negativity to motivate me and to drive me through the week. I don't want that negativity right now. And people are going to have opinions, and I get it.
And Denny Hamlin this week has said, I think he knows where we stand. So, Larry, we have the perfect guy when it comes to revenge on the track to talk to now that he's off the track in Tony Stewart. So, Tony, when is revenge appropriate?
When you finally decide you've had enough of what's going on.
You decide.
Yeah. When you finally say, I've had enough of feeling like a pincushion and you're being taken advantage of. And when I started in the Cup Series in '99, I had Dale Sr., Rusty Wallace, Dale Jarrett, Mark Martin, Bobby Labonte, Jeff Gordon, Jeff Burton. Those guys taught me the etiquette. When you get over that line, then they would tell you. They either told you after the race or they showed you during the race. And when you were crashed against the wall and you were trying to get your car started, you had plenty of time to figure out what you did wrong that you upset them with. So when you finally have enough of it, that's when it's time for revenge.
Yeah, I think revenge and retaliation, and Denny Hamlin had kind of alluded to this, do it when it counts. And I don't think this is going away with Denny Hamlin. I think it will be on his mind. And I kind of relate it to the Kevin Harvick-Chase Elliott deal. At Bristol in the playoffs, obviously they have a confrontation. This was at the Charlotte Roval several weeks later, and we all went, what the hell just happened? Where did that come from? And they went, oh, Bristol. So nobody saw this coming, and I think this is what we may see with Denny Hamlin on this deal.
I think it's exciting. So when the payback, I guess keeping the guy guessing about when you're going to pay him back is part of the punishment?
I never made him wait. I wanted to get it over with as soon as possible because here's the thing. Once you do it enough and they understand, and Ross Chastain is a good kid. I don't want anybody to think he's not a good kid. He's a great kid. But he is doing things that are above and beyond and that don't make sense. The drivers will take time with him and help explain that to him. And hopefully he listens to Denny. He listens to Martin Truex. He listens to Chase Elliott. These guys have been there. They understand it. They know what's going on. If he will listen, he has potential to go to the top in a hurry. He's got great race cars. He's fast. He's doing a great job behind the wheel, but he is his own worst enemy right now.
Larry, where does an owner or even a crew chief, and you were in that role of the guy wants payback, you try to do what's best for everybody. Where's your role in this?
Yeah, I mean, I totally get it when these drivers have had enough. My preference was leave my poor old race car out of this revenge. I once told a driver, I said, we can't afford for you to get anybody else back. Our fab shop can't stand to repair any more race cars. My preference would be get out of the race car, go down there, I'll be right behind you, and when you throw the first punch, I'm going to run like hell.
But you forget, we're the ones that once we get off of pit road, it's not your race car anymore, it's our race car.
Do you like that NASCAR is kind of letting them go? I mean, they're listening, they're watching, they're observing, but they're letting guys
Absolutely, absolutely. There's a line in the sand. I think the biggest thing NASCAR wants to make sure other drivers don't get caught up in what they're trying to do to one another.
Yeah, and NASCAR's always done a great job of letting the drivers self-police this. There is a line in the sand, though, and it's a very deep line, by the way, and when you cross that, that's when you get invited to one of my favorite places, the NASCAR hauler. You get to sit in my seat that I frequented a lot, and they will make sure and tell you what is above and below the line.
That used to be my seat. I had heard every version of you need the sport more than the sport needs you.
That's right.
Well, it's something to look forward to through the rest of the season and into the playoffs. Again, NBC on the coverage for the races. They'll take us from here. I actually talked with Ben Kennedy, who has an impressive title. He's in the family business. The schedule, he's kind of reworked with that so far this year. You can't control weather, but he put races in places where the weather's a little bit favorable, and it's worked out well. In fact, the style of racing, too. We have 57 more green flag lead changes this year than we had last year at this time, and I was able to sit down with him here this weekend in the wine country. Thanks for dropping by my backyard. I hope this is comfortable.
Beautiful
for you.
backyard you have here in California.
Yes, it's a nice little getaway from,
It's a great getaway.
Get busy at the track. All right, so you have your title, Ben, Senior Vice President, Racing Development and Strategy. Scheduling your baby, and it's worked out great this season. It started with the Clash, kind of a concept that you pushed through at the Coliseum. Is that something we can expect to happen next season?
Yeah, so such a great event and such a neat way for us to kick off our season.
NASCAR comes to downtown Los Angeles, right inside the LA Coliseum.
Excited to say today that we're going to be coming back in 2023 for the Busch Light Clash at the Coliseum again.
It's official.
It's official. We're coming back.
It was a creative move, so it begs the question, what's next? We know that's happening next year at the Coliseum. I'm sure you're already thinking about what you might do beyond that.
I think as we think about 2023 and beyond, ideally would like to get another big venue, another new venue on the schedule in 2023. You know, what that looks like, whether it's a road course, a street course, a short track, not exactly sure. But hopefully in the next month or two, we'll be able to share a little bit more and then continue that evolution in 24 and beyond. We're already starting to think, 5-10 years out, where do we want the schedule to be, and then how do we build out a roadmap to get there?
How about the All-Star race? The drivers have indicated that, and you're a former driver in the Xfinity and Truck Series, that they'd like to see it kind of move around. It was in Texas. I know they put on a great show. Is that something you could see moving on an annual basis?
That's certainly something that we have on our radar. We have 2 exhibition races. We've got the Clash, we have the All-Star race. We've done something dramatically different with the Clash, and I think that's starting to pay dividends. I think the All-Star race could be another opportunity as we look at the future.
How about an international cup race? Going back to that, is that something on the radar?
I think it is something we could see in the future, and whether that's Mexico or Canada or something broader, and whether it's a points race or an exhibition race, all cards are on the table. So I think that's something we'll definitely look at, and something we might see in the future.
Is that like 600 miles down the road or 100 miles down the road? Would you say sooner rather than later?
I would say probably sooner rather than later. I don't know necessarily 2023, but I would say in the next 3 to 5 years could be on the radar.
Beautiful day here. Let's see how good the straight line is. Nice little short race. Let's go get them. Going on the flag.
Where are you on the length of a race? Is that something you're monitoring, keeping an eye on?
Yeah, it's something we constantly keep an eye on. And, we run a number of fan studies every year before we put the schedule out, and that's one of the questions. And we're testing a couple of events out this year that are a little bit shorter just to see how they go and get some feedback on them. That said, I think there's kind of a fine line between the two. We want, some of the longer races that drive a lot of value, but at the same time, also know how important shorter content is too.
How about a new manufacturer jumping, or a familiar manufacturer from the past coming in to join Ford, Chevy, and Toyota?
Yeah, I think there could be an opportunity out there in the future, and I think our teams and our other OEM partners would welcome it as well. We've got great partners with Chevrolet, Ford, and Toyota, and I think having another OEM partner would be healthy for our sport.
We've heard Dodge. Is that? Are we in the ballpark? You can't say.
I have no idea.
But if they come knocking, you'll listen.
Yeah, we'll listen.
The door's open for you.
If anyone comes knocking, we'll open the door.
Well, we appreciate your time, and keep up the good work.
Cool.
All right,
thanks so much. Appreciate it, as always.
Thank you for his time. And breaking news from Ben Kennedy. It's official. Of course, I want to be in the wine country every weekend if possible, but the Clash at the Coliseum is officially, it was talked about. It's back for next year, and it seems like in the future the Clash could be moved in different places. The All-Star race, you talked about a street course, Chicago, maybe even the Meadowlands in New Jersey, an All-Star race maybe in Nashville in the near future. Let me get your thoughts. What would you like to see next, now that we have some creative opportunities here?
I'd love to see an All-Star race at Eldora Speedway on a proper dirt track, one that's supposed to be built for dirt and hosted every week. That's where a new race should be.
Yeah, I like the All-Star racing. You kind of addressed that with Ben. And to me, we have the blueprint with the Clash at the LA Coliseum. We go to 23 something different racetracks, but I like the fact of take it somewhere we don't race at on a regular basis. But I think maybe we need to go to a big market area, a destination where people can go there and do something like they did in LA, something besides just the racetrack.
We talked too about the playoff format, the 10 races at the end, which they're pretty happy with, ending in Phoenix. Remember, it used to be Homestead. Would you, if it was up to you, like to see a different finishing track maybe for that?
Yeah, and I liked Homestead being the season finale because we only went there one time a year. So being able to go to a place like Phoenix where you run a spring race, you can work on your car, come back with a little different package for the championship. I like it being somewhere that's a one-off and guys don't have that opportunity to plan for it.
Yeah, I think we have a small amount of tracks that make sense because it is early November. And I just do not like to see bad weather for our fans, for our competitors. So Phoenix, you think about Homestead, it's a very small group of racetracks where we can go and for the most part know we're going to have nice weather.
Yeah, I like spreading the wealth. Maybe a military base one day racing on it. I still like the idea of 2 aircraft carriers together, maybe have like a bridge.
We're going to let you be the test pilot.
All right, it's just a thought. All right, we'll continue live. We hope that Chase Elliott will be joined. Oh, there's Fred Warner driving the pace car, one of the great middle linebackers of the NFL, a proud San Francisco 49er. I know we had Kyle Shanahan and John Lynch up here last year. We'll continue live with Tony Stewart, Larry McReynolds, and a one-man band. Larry, that looks like your garage.
That's really original, Chris, really original.
1,600 acres of beautiful sprawling country, Sonoma Raceway in and around in the wine country. And there's a drag strip. You can actually watch the NHRA all season long, including the NHRA Nationals here in Sonoma. It's the weekend of July 22nd on FS1 and Fox. Your wife, Leah, I was talking to her today. She's excited about this.
Yeah, this is one of her favorite tracks. She made it to the finals last year, had a great race, and then went on the following week to Pomona to win.
Yeah, it's hard to believe. They're going to be drag racing just right over there, about 30 feet from us, and they'll be going pretty fast, I would say.
It's quick. Driver deductions are running a little bit long, so we hope that Chase Elliott can make it by. The Chevy dominance, I mentioned the front row with Kyle Larson and Chase Elliott, Hendrick Chevrolets, but Chevys overall have done very, very well here at Sonoma Raceway. And as I talk to you guys, we're 15 races in, we have 11 different winners. Right now it's who gets into the playoffs. But if I had to ask you to pick, based on what you've seen your championship for right now, who's getting to that in NASCAR if we look down the road?
Don't look at me.
Yeah.
There's some names you could throw out, but
I'll be honest, I don't know how you can pick anybody right now. I mean, there's been so many teams and drivers that have been competitive this season that when they have a decent day, I mean, they're strong, and they're strong week in and week out, but there is not just 4 guys you can pick right now, I don't think.
Yeah, I would say you could take about 20 numbers and throw them in a hat and draw 4 out and probably do a better job than trying to pick them. But I will say one guy I've got my own right now is Kyle Busch in that 18 car. I know he only has the 1 win on the Bristol Dirt, but if you look at his last 9 races, he really only has 1 bad finish, and that was at Darlington when he was running inside the top 5 when Brad Keselowski ricocheted off the wall, nowhere to go. So I think he's the one that could start rearing his head.
Yeah, I would say, too, just Joey Logano, Denny Hamlin. I mean, not that just they have 2 wins, but how they've won in different ways and showed some adaptability. But Tony, you make the point. It seemed like at different times, Fords have run well, and then it was a Chevy's turn. We talk about that, and then Toyota. So it's really hard to get a gauge along with the driver which manufacturer is most dialed in.
Well, I think we know from inside knowledge that there's a manufacturer that has a little bit of an edge, and then the other 2 they're pretty close behind that, but there is one manufacturer in the group that does have a little bit of a leg up right now.
Yes, and Hendrick, which seems like they win everything, even if it's not auto racing. That's how they do it. All right, we're going to wrap up with, before you guys head up to the booth, and we thank Chase for attempting to join us here, and we wish him well today. Put it out, and Larry, you're going to start with one that involves our guy right here.
Well, there is a long list of ways to retaliate, but I want to show you how not to retaliate, get revenge. 2011, riding with my man Tony Stewart. That's Brian Vickers. He spins it, but watch this right here. This is Brian Vickers coming back. Tony, what the hell were you thinking? Put it out, for God's sake.
I'm thinking no matter what gear I grabbed on top of that tire stack, it wasn't going anywhere.
You know who else said, what the hell are you thinking?
My crew
Fab
chief.
Shop.
Yeah, my crew chief, my fab shop. That's a bad angle. That looks terrible.
Yeah, Tony said when he drove in today, his tires were still spinning.
There's no way to be cool sitting there, is there?
No.
So Tony, you and I get a little revenge on our guy Larry here because, you think he's working hard with his crew chief notes. When he comes to the wine country just a few years ago, this is what we found him doing. He was late to our production meeting, so he's stomping grapes trying to make his own wine because his room ran out. And look at that. All right. So I'm going to say, instead of put it out, stomp it out. Stomp it out, Larry McReynolds.
I just hate they showed my legs. They look like out-of-bound markers on a golf course.
Legs. You took your shirt off, by the way. There's therapy that can't fix this, by the way.
I know. We can't unsee that. That's right. We might be drinking wine the rest of the. Hey, give me a real quick pick for today. Somebody you think might come out on top? You got anybody in mind? You think Kevin Harvick Day?
I still think Chase Elliott. I mean, his stats show it, and he's starting on the front row, so he has the ability to get out front clean and hopefully take care of his car. But obviously, I'd love one of our cars to get up there, too.
Well, Martin Truex said it. It's all about strategy, but I'm about the other guy on the front row. I think Kyle Larson goes back-to-back here at Sonoma.
Wow. All right, thanks for being along for the thrill ride. They'll head up to the booth to join Mike Joy coming up. That's not for Michael Waltrip. That's for us to signal you, send you the Bella Twins, a little wrestling style. We'll continue live here in just a moment. Hello, hi, how are you?
We're back at NASCAR in wine country. We're on the grid here. The fans are here. What's up, everybody? Hello. What a beautiful day. I found the Bella Twins. The Bella Twins are here. Hi, girls. How are you? How are you enjoying NASCAR?
We're loving it. Look at these fans. They're amazing. The weather's amazing. Awesome.
You and I have something in common. You know what it is?
No, we do. What is it?
I'll give you a hint.
I don't know. I think I got to see another move.
What do you think?
Now I see why we both didn't end up champions. So.
That's true. It didn't go very well for me either. Have fun, girls. Enjoy you being here. Fred Warner. Fred, appreciate you being at NASCAR.
Absolutely.
Can you wheel this Toyota like I used to?
Just like you can strap the pads on and go tackle them like I can. Yeah, same thing.
I got to tell you what. I talked to a lot of people about you. You're one of the best linebackers in the NFL. People say that about you. How does that make you feel?
Man, I mean, it's a blessing. It's a product of everybody around me, seriously. You know, I came in to the perfect organization. Guys have built me up, and I've just stayed the course, kept my head down, and worked hard. So.
Well, you're a great role model. I appreciate you being here at NASCAR. I'm looking forward to you heating up this Camry on the track.
Hey, we're going to pedal to the metal, baby.
Good to see you, brother. See who else we got out here. Hey, there's my daughter, Macy. Hi, Macy. Hi, Nicole. Hi, Lauren.
Hi, what's up? How are you?
Good. Hi, Brandon. Come along. So what that is a shameless plug in the business. You know, my family's here. I wanted to talk to him. Bill Elliott, Hall of Famer.
You were down there just a little while ago.
I was showing the Bella Twins my dance moves from Dancing with the Stars. Did you happen to check me out on Dancing with the Stars?
Hey, you know, I failed that. I heard you was fantastic for a little while.
It was a very little while. It was pretty short. How's Chase feeling today? Everything good?
Perfect. Excellent. Ready to go.
Yeah. Well, it's good to see you at the track.
See you next week.
Yeah, we'll get together next week. How about that? Let's see who else we could find. There's hey, Chase, Michael.
Hey, Mikey, how are you?
I'm good. We're going to talk to you on the grid, but everything's running late, so how you doing?
Settled for Dad.
I took Dad, and now I got Son. This is a good day for me.
I think you downgraded on this side, but no, it's good to be out here, excited for today, and yeah, see how it goes.
One of your biggest fans, my daughter Macy, she wanted to ask you a question. Mace, what do you got?
How you feeling for today?
That's all you got?
God, I'm sorry.
we discussed this last night. It was going to be much more intense. Like, what's your favorite series you're watching on TV now?
Blacklist.
Blacklist. Tell me a little bit about it real quick.
Just you got to check it out for yourself. I'm not going to ruin it for you. Come on now.
Your dad's expecting a lot today. Have a fun day. Chris Buescher. Is Chris here anywhere? How y'all doing? It's good to have him back, isn't it?
Absolutely.
He did great qualifying. Michael McDowell. Here's some guys. Phil, who we got? Tyler Reddick. Tyler, you around here? Oh, there you are. Sorry. Hold on one second, please. Hey, I got 10 seconds. Tell me how you're going to win this race today.
Keeping it on the racetrack. That's all.
I think you're going to do just fine. I'm glad I found you. We're having fun down on the grid. The fun continues right after this.
Ladies and gentlemen, at this time, we ask that you please rise as you are able and remove your hats as the Travis Air Force Base Honor Guard presents our nation's colors. Please remain standing as Billy Malden of Motor Racing Outreach offers today's invocation.
Heavenly Father, as we rise up to recognize your presence in our lives, we do so grateful for this great day and this opportunity to go racing and all that today has in store for us. Be with these drivers, teams, officials. Lord, bless everybody. Keep them safe. The men and women of our armed forces, first responders everywhere, we ask you to watch over and keep them. Father, may your peace and your presence be with us all. It's in your holy name we pray. Amen.
Here to perform our national anthem, please welcome BMG Music Publishing singer-songwriter Kat Raquel.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight for the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say, does that star-spangled banner yet wave for the land of the free and the home of brave?
Race day live from Sonoma here on FS1, presented by Coca-Cola. This track sharing the area's wine country heritage. Now, wine your first choice when it comes to a drink in the area, but if you want a drink for every occasion, we went to Ryan Blaney for the Inside Scoop.
Every event in life should be appreciated with a perfectly paired beverage. So, here are my tips for life's perfect sips.
Perfect pairings with Ryan Blaney.
Winning the NASCAR All-Star race twice. Ah, man. That tastes like $1 million. Starting your vacation with a 2-hour flight delay. Remember, vacations start at the airport. Conquering a 500-mile race in an open-wheel vehicle. My boss RP knows a little something about this. Finding out your girlfriend dumped you via TikTok. That requires something a little stronger. You'll feel better tomorrow. Maybe not physically. Making the final out in your club dodgeball team championship. If you can dodge a wrench, you can... well, you know the rest. Finding out your best friend's engaged. Hey, who doesn't like a good bachelor party? Coming in second at your office party limbo contest. You've probably already had enough. And there's only one way to celebrate a win at Sonoma. But try to keep it classy. You're in wine country after all.
Thanks, Ryan, for being a good sport with style. Yeah, the winner of this race gets to drink from the champion's goblet, or as Larry refers to it, his sippy cup. All right. we can't. Let's check our Coke family of drivers. Joey Logano starting ninth. He's got 2 wins in the last 4 races. Suarez looking for that first victory of his career, but he's done well in some road courses. Denny Hamlin, 5 straight Sonoma top 10s, and Austin Dillon, he was 10th in Austin this year, his best road course finish. With Michael Waltrip wrapping up, it's been a fun time here. The age of drivers, we started out talking about young drivers this year, average age about 31 and a half, but there's been a nice mix lately of some veteran drivers. In fact, when it comes to Sonoma, maybe like a fine wine, Michael, you age well on this particular track. Let's look, 26 of the winners in this race over the age of 30, and even more distinguished, we have 5 over the age of 40 who have done well in the wine country. You've been talking to the guys on the grid throughout the weekend here, the drivers. What are you looking forward today?
I'm over 50. You think maybe I ought to give it a roll, Chris?
You could still, hey, if it was a super speedway, I'd throw you in a car and put some Fox Bet money on you.
You know what I love? I love Michael McDowell. We talk all season about how well he's done. He is a road racer. He's starting inside the top 5. He's a veteran. I look for him to do really well today. Maybe an underdog to win this race.
Yeah, because the favorites we know, Kyle Larson, Chase Elliott. They even have Joey Logano listed as a long shot. Thanks for being with us on FS1 and a part of our coverage. We're ready to wrap up our season of bringing you the races right now.
And now, for the most famous words in motorsports, please welcome WWE Hall of Famers and hosts of the Bellas podcast, Nikki and Brie Bella.
Drivers, start your engines! Woo!
Stay tuned. Mike Joy welcomes in Larry McReynolds and Tony Stewart. Thanks for being a part of NASCAR on Fox and FS1.
Sun-soaked day here in Northern California.
It's NASCAR country. Country.
All good. He stayed back. All good. Feel great, bud. Just stay as close as you can.
Who doesn't love Sonoma? Wine country, it's beautiful, the racing's great.
Welcome to beautiful wine country, the Sonoma Valley of Northern California. We're at the end of the Sonoma Valley, out on Sears Point, sits Sonoma Raceway, the site of today's Toyota Save Mart 350 on FS1. Hi, everybody. I'm Mike Joy, and I'm joined by 2 analysts who've had great success here. Larry McReynolds was the winning crew chief when Ricky Rudd won NASCAR's first trip to Sonoma Valley way back. And Tony Stewart, 3-time Cup champion, 8-time road course winner. His final victory was won for the ages here as he dueled Denny Hamlin all the way to the final corner to win the final race of his career. Hamlin, by the way, trying to tie that all-time win mark of Tony's today. I'm sure we'll hear more about that as the day goes on. But what is it about road racing in NASCAR, Tony, since you came into the sport and since you won that race in 2016, about the number of competitive teams and drivers when we turn right and left?
Yeah, I don't know that necessarily all the drivers and teams embraced road course racing when I started in Cup in '99, but by the time I retired at the end of 2016, everybody was putting emphasis on it. The drivers, the teams, they knew how important it was, considering if you won, you got yourself a spot in the playoffs. So everybody puts emphasis on these road course races now, and now we have more of them than ever.
6 of them now, 2 then, now 6, last year 7. And Larry Mack, for 22 of the 32 races here at Sonoma, we have run the 2-mile short course using the chute from turn 4A to 7. We've been at the carousel the last couple of years. Now we're back to the chute. How's that affect your race strategy?
Well, the configuration is different. The distance is different. The challengers are the same. And they were the same 33 years ago in 1989, trying to give that driver grip. A good handling race car turning left and turning right, and you want to make sure you don't repair one item and hurt another. But something I didn't have to deal with in 1989 was stage racing. That is a game changer when it comes to road courses. The whole thing today will be, how do you work these stages? Do I score stage points? Am I after this race win? But be in position in that final stage.
Well, something else that neither of you had to deal with was the new Gen 7 car and its 5-speed sequential shift transmission. Now here is this year. Here's what we expect to see for shifting and shift points in the middle of a race run. And we compare that to just a few years ago when we had the Gen 6 car and its 4-speed transmission. And there's a whole lot less of those shift points.
And this is one of those tracks that it doesn't have a lot of long straightaways, so you don't have a lot of time for the drivers to take a breath, relax. They were busy before. Now with 5 speeds, they're even busier.
Well, with an independent rear, hopefully, they're not wheel hopping like you used to have to worry about back then with the 4-speed. So the race we were just talking of, and I'd say it was one for the ages. You always cheer up here in the booth for the second place car. You want them to catch the first place car, and then things like this happen. So let's see, Tony, who should we have you talk to on the radio on the pace lap?
I think I should dial up my last lap buddy here at Sonoma, Mr. Denny Hamlin. Hey, Denny Hamlin, Tony Stewart in the Fox booth. You got me, bud?
10-4, old friend.
Well, what's the strategy today? And I mean, I don't know about you. Some people say turn 11 is the trickiest corner on this track. What's your thoughts?
Well, it sure was versus you at one point. But no, I mean, it really is once you're bottled up in the restart. But I mean, all the corners, pose a challenge. Turn 7 to me was the most challenging during practice. The car really skated around pretty bad there. So conditions are a little better today, so I don't think it'll be quite as bad, but still this is going to be a tire conservation race.
We've heard a lot of drivers talking about a lot of rear brake lockup because with this next gen car, we've got such better brakes on the rear. Are you fighting any of the rear balance brake issues?
We are. We certainly are. Certainly the car is capable of braking harder than what we're able to give it. The tire, won't handle all the brakes that it's got. So it's a lot different than the old car that you just you pounded the pedal as hard as you could, and then you hope not to wheel hop. This one definitely have to be cognizant of not locking up the rears.
All right, buddy. We appreciate your time. Have a good race today. Stay away from that one car.
Will do.
And the rivalries just keep on going. Here is your Toyota Save Mart starting grid for today's race. Kyle Larson dominated this race a year. He's on pole again. His teammate Chase Elliott was just a couple tenths off and very close, a 7-time road course winner. Chris Buescher missed last week due to COVID, but he is back and he qualified third. Michael McDowell, pair of Fords on row 2. His great season continues. Tyler Reddick, top 10 in 4 of his last 5 road course starts. In a Chevy, Cole Custer in a Ford started top 10 in both road course races this year. Ross Chastain, the winner at COTA in Austin, Texas, and his Trackhouse teammate Daniel Suarez, who was very strong at COTA before a spin. Joey Logano has won 2 of the last 4 races this season, and there is Denny Hamlin, who nearly won this race in 2016, but Tony did. Across the bottom of your screen, we'll scroll the rest of the starting lineup. 36 cars strong as we go to pit road for late breaking stories, beginning with Vince Welch.
Well, Mike, we're going to talk a lot about it today, and Joey Logano, in fact, told me it was going to be the key to the race today, and that is tire wear. Only 4 sets of tires laying here for the 22, the team that won last week. Can they go back-to-back for the second time in his career? Logano said he should know within the first 20 laps. How are the tires adjusting to his setup? That will determine whether or not it's going to be a points day or a day in which they may sip that wine in victory lane at the end. Jamie Little?
Well, Vince, one guy who has been in the headlines all week long is Ross Chastain in the 1 after getting into Denny Hamlin and Chase Elliott. Well, I asked him, what's the fallout? What has happened since? He said, I talked to both of them, and I know where I stand. So something could happen, a payback down the road. But as far as today, he feels like he is a top 5 car. Remember last time we were on a road course? He went to Victory Lane, and that watermelon man, he smashed a watermelon. Feels like he could get it done here at Sonoma. Mike?
Thanks, Jamie. Speaking of Victory Lane, Win and You're In has continued throughout the run of stage racing and playoff racing in NASCAR. Now, if we have more than 16 winners, well, somebody's going to be out that's won. But here's how they stand so far in the playoffs. 4 drivers with 2 wins each. And here are the drivers trying to get in on points, and you see that cut line and how close it is. And look at the talent below the cut line. And once you get down past about 18th position, you almost have to win a race to get in the playoffs at this point.
Yeah, and that's the pressure of this series, but it's also changed the game. Stage racing and the playoffs have changed how we race. We used to think from race 1 to the end of the season, you did everything you could to accumulate points. Now with stage racing and with Win and You're In, now you take chances. You get crew chiefs that think outside the box. Their strategies are outside the box. The drivers race a little bit outside the box and be a little more aggressive when they need to. So this has changed the game, and with 11 guys already locked in and 5 spots available, it is going to get tougher and tougher each week from here on out.
And folks, we'll just keep saying Win and You're In until somebody wins and they're out. It hasn't happened yet. Look at this race course. Look at this filled parking lots and hillsides, and look at the elevation change here at Sonoma. The difference between turn 11 and turn 3A, that is 160 feet of elevation change here. Not like COTA, where you just go 130 feet straight up the front straightaway in Austin, Texas. You're up, you're down, you're pretty much all around.
And that's what makes this track so much fun. The elevation changes how you drive it. There's a bunch of blind off-camber corners that you have to navigate. You've got a big, long, sweeping uphill section into turn 2 at the start. Just a lot of things that make you have to be in a rhythm at this racetrack.
Larry, let's take a look at today's race analysis.
Yeah, again, we're going to go 110 laps here. That's 219 miles. Look at the stages closely. Stage 1, 25, then 30, and then 55 laps in that final stage. Pit road speed, easy to get busted here, 40 miles per hour. And the fuel window, 42 to 44 laps. It's all about the strategy in that final stage.
Several cars going to the rear. Christopher Bell changed a steering rack. A.J. Allmendinger had to work on the exhaust. Eric Jones, they did some steering rack work, and Cody Ware failed inspection several times and will have to do a drive-through after the green flag. Yesterday, the temperature was in the 90s. Friday, it was near 100 degrees. And look at today. A high overcast, no real threat of rain, but it's brought the ambient down to the low 70s and the track temp to 91. Perfect wine weather.
Yesterday, the drivers were saying, where am I going to find some grip? The weatherman gave it to us today.
Yeah, that's a free change that you get, but unfortunately, everybody gets the same change.
The Goldfish Casino slots camera on board A.J. Allmendinger's number 16 for Kaulig Racing. The Joe Gibbs Toyota of Martin Truex Jr. will carry our Toyota onboard cameras. Rookie Austin Cindric, with a lot of road race experience, has the Ford onboard camera in his Penske Mustang. Ally with Alex Bowman and the Ally camera on board the number 48, starting 19. The Monster Energy cameras ride with Kurt Busch. Rolling off from row 6. And Daniel Suarez starting 8th with the Coca-Cola on board for Team Trackhouse. His teammate, Ross Chastain, has the Tootsie's camera starting 7th. Chris Buescher starting 3rd. Here's his team.
All right, guys, got a nice, fast car here today. Support they give us. Got a good starting spot. Let's keep it up front all day and come home with a win. Yep. Be smart about it. We'll work hard all day. We'll go get us one.
Chip Childress driving the pace car, put the turn signal on to take that 300-plus horsepower Toyota Camry TRD to pit road. And they will come out of that hairpin turn 11 around the left-hand kink of turn 12 and address themselves to the start line. 25 laps for stage 1 of 3 stages. And here they come. We're underway in Sonoma.
Still right.
Tony, we wasn't sure about where Kyle Larson chose because that put him on the outside of turn 2, but I think there may have been a little bit of a plan there.
Yeah, I mean, obviously getting to turn 2 can be a tricky spot, and like you mentioned, you're on the inside in turn 1, but that puts you on the outside for turn 2, so having 2 teammates on the front row, that allowed them to work together and get in line.
Turn 7 and now into the S's. Leader heading for turn 10, fastest corner on the course. And now the straightaway, headed for Dive Bomb City, turn 11.
Yeah, they go from the fastest corner, turn 10, to the slowest corner, the opposite of a Martinsville, 3 and 4 right there, going the opposite direction, slowest part of the racetrack.
Tyler Reddick tried the outside on Daniel Suarez, nothing there on lap 1.
You can hear that ticking sound. That's actually the chassis that's hitting the ground. Talked to some drivers yesterday. If it hits too hard, it unloads the car and makes it unstable. So they'll have to watch that early in the run when the tire pressures are low.
Yeah, these cars have about 5 rub blocks. They're a half-inch thick that's underneath the chassis, and that's what will start bottoming out.
This is turn 4A. Turn 4 is not used. That would lead to the carousel. 4A leads across to turn 7 and back to the S's. Reddick 6th place with Cole Custer.
Tony, I think Cole Custer in that 41 car, he kind of surprised himself in qualifying yesterday.
He did. He actually told us when he got out of the car that he thought he had ran a lap that probably would have put him about 30th and ended up 6th. So it shows how good a lap it actually was from the standpoint that when it feels slow, a lot of times it's fast.
Uh-oh, here we go. 3 wide coming down toward 11. I think it's sorted out. Some of them do, let's say. One truck yesterday took one of those piles of tires and sent it all the way across the corner, trying to cut the corner tight.
I'd say knowing the group that we have out here today, I'd say there's a very good possibility we could see tires flying across the racetrack again.
Chase Elliott, his numbers on road courses, they are absolutely off the chart. But this is one place he did finish second to Kyle Larson a year ago, but it's one place he's still trying to kind of find himself.
And it surprises me. He's such a good road course racer. I mean, I think hands down, even though Martin Truex and Kyle Larson have had success here recently, Chase is one of those drivers that just has a good feel and a good read on the road courses. When the conditions change, he's able to adapt to them. He's just so solid. But he waits. He's not one of those guys that has to get the lead on lap 2 or lap 3. He's the guy that waits till it really counts and time for the money to be on the line.
Fitz Welch.
Well, with those 7 road course wins, as you guys were talking about, Chase Elliott undeniably has those strong road racing skills, but he points back to a test at Watkins Glen in 2017 that turned it all around for this team. They learned something that day that lent itself to a style that perfectly matched his skill set, a setup that perfectly matched his skill set. He said without that test and what they learned that day, he wouldn't have those 7 road course wins.
Wow. Now here's A.J. Allmendinger, had to start in the rear due to unapproved adjustments. And he's picked up 3 spots so far. Working on Ty Dillon. Here's the second toughest corner on the course because look, you can't see the exit. When you hit that apex and you put the throttle down, you don't really end up, do you, knowing if you're going to end up on the pavement at the exit of the corner or on the dirt?
No, it gets a little easier as the race goes on and you get in a rhythm, but early in the race and early in practice sessions, it is blind and it is very, very hard. You hope you get it pointed the right direction, but you're already on the gas before you actually see where you're going to end up.
Christopher Bell up 5 spots, the biggest mover in the race, forward that is, replaced a steering rack after qualifying and had to start in the rear.
And you know, as far as the Joe Gibbs Toyota drivers, Christopher Bell, he may be the quickest each and every week. And finally now the execution is there and the finishes are matching their performance.
Martin Truex had a lot of road course success. Now there's a lane open under Bubba Wallace, but Bubba closes that door after Bell goes by. Tell me those aren't raindrops on the screen of our rooftop camera.
It's wet dirt, Mike.
Oh, okay. Four laps complete in Sonoma. Pole sitter Kyle Larson with Chase Elliott keeping close tabs on the leader. Six laps complete. Chevy's 1-2. Look at these Fords 3 and 4 right close together. Here are your Ford track backs for today. That's a little too close. Ford has won 4 races. Austin Cindric, Chase Briscoe, and 2 for Joey Logano. They also won the Clash at the Coliseum and the All-Star race. Ryan Blaney. Third and fourth place, Chris Buescher has just kind of nibbled away at whatever gap Michael McDowell had, so that now there is no more gap, third to fourth.
You know, Michael McDowell in that 34 car, I talked to his crew chief Blake Harris yesterday, and he said they spent 3 weeks working on the simulator preparing for Sonoma because they know a road course or super speedway, it's their best opportunity.
And Chris is, or not Chris, but McDowell is a very, very good road course racer, has been for years. This is a great opportunity, and the work that they did leading into Sonoma this weekend showed the very first lap they were on track yesterday. He had a sizable margin on the field.
We're going to turn 4A. There is Brad Keselowski. He's up 4 spots since the start. One of the biggest movers. Christopher Bell up 8. Eric Jones, William Byron, A.J. Allmendinger up 5. And then Brad up 4 spots from where he started.
Mike, you talked about the points before the green flag. Brad Keselowski, he's 179 points below the cut line. Even with 11 races to go, he's going to have to win to get in.
Okay. 5th place, Daniel Suarez. Jamie.
Yeah, he's moved up 3 spots already, Mike. And, you know, yesterday in the Truck Series race, Carson Hocevar had that broken right leg. He had to get out of the truck at the end of stage 1. So Daniel Suarez jumped in. He was 2 laps down, came back to finish 6th. And I asked him about that performance and how it could help today. He said the car and the truck are so different, but lap times here help. He said getting in that rhythm help, and it's showing already early in this race.
Having a great drive. In 5th place. Now, how about his Trackhouse teammate, Ross Chastain, who had that big dust-up with Denny Hamlin last week? Well, look who's nose to tail. Tony, you can't make this stuff up.
No, and anytime there's rivalries, it's like having 2 magnets on each car. I mean, it just draws them together, and they never get away from each other.
If I put my field surgeon hat on right now, the crew chief of Ross Chastain, let's just ride here for a little bit.
Well, I think Denny started behind him, so at some point Denny has got around him, and I think Ross is probably thankful that he's still rolling right now.
Now, we could keep a camera all day on this pair, but you really expect retaliation today?
Well, I used to deal with it different than a lot of guys, and I know Denny said he's going to wait till it matters, and that would be the playoffs, obviously. I didn't want to wait that long. Everybody thinks I liked being upset with other drivers. I didn't like it at all. Hated it because I like the guys I raced with. I respected them, but what you want to teach them is how to be respectful on the racetrack and how the etiquette works. And that's the things that Rusty Wallace and Dale Sr. and Bobby Labonte, Mark Martin, Jeff Gordon, a lot of great drivers taught me when I started. And this will happen in this scenario too. He will get coached by a lot of his fellow drivers, and Ross will learn and he'll figure it out.
But I really like what I saw there at turn 11 because Denny Hamlin saw Chastain coming to the inside, went way wide in the corner, gave him all kinds of room, so no issue here.
And we're on lap 10 of 110.
Right.
There's nothing to be gained at this point. That one spot's not going to make or break you. It's about just being smart at this point.
But you know, Tony, you mentioned lap 10. This is normally at Sonoma when issues with the race cars, they start rearing their head. If it starts getting real loose, exit or won't turn getting in the corner now that we've got this many laps.
Well, and just in the first 10 laps here, from lap 5 with Kyle Larson, the leader, he was running 18.4. At lap 10, he's running 19.5.
Kaboom, Bubba Wallace.
Just get off over there and stop.
And that will put us under the first caution of the day at turn 4A on lap 10. Now, back to this in a moment, but Kyle Busch had gotten right there. Now Bubba downshifting for turn 4A, coming down the hill. That's when that one went loose. But here's Kyle Busch and company.
I'm on ice everywhere. Turn 7 is the worst. 10 more.
Did you say ice?
Yes, he did.
That's his way of saying no grip.
Thinking it's not that cold.
Yeah, I was like, man, it was really cold when we got here this morning, but not that cold.
That's a tough break for Bubba Wallace. We're going to ride with Martin Truex. Oh, it's already gone going up the hill. Now, Tony, you tested in these cars at Bowman Gray Stadium, and I know you...
Look at the fluid out of the exhaust pipes there.
I know you probably didn't do a lot of shifting there, but it's not possible to miss a shift with this gearbox, is it?
No, it's really not. You're not using the clutch when you're shifting. You're just getting out of the gas for a split second, pulling the handle. That indexes the gear, and you go on. But it's, I think with all the downshifts here, I mean, who knows in practice yesterday if he had any issues, if there was a part where he did an over rev on a downshift, for example. So it's not likely to see a motor expire this early in the run, is it, Larry?
So we keep talking about the 5-speed sequential shifter, unlike the 4-speed from last year. So let's go to our Ford Performance Cutaway car, and let's kind of show you the sequential shifter. Now, again, it's still on the floor on the right side of the driver. It's not like it's paddle shifted. But to shift it, it's not the H pattern. You just keep pulling it back. From 2nd to 3rd to 4th to 5th, there's a mechanism back there that hooks it into the gearbox. There's no transmission. You have a gearbox and you have a transaxle, which is a lot like most other series of racing has today.
Well, looking at the fluids coming out of that pipe, it'd be like Kenny Strader used to say. One of them big important parts must have broke.
Yeah, that's one of those that it will not fix itself.
I worked for an engine builder that one time said, can we just say it was an oil pan failure?
When a rod comes out the oil pan, it fails. Understood.
Yeah, I don't see any takers here. So what they're doing, they're trying to get off sequence here. They see how good that 5 car is, because we're going to go back racing here probably in about 2 or 3 laps. I do expect about 10 laps later, Jamie Little, to see other leaders in for pit stops.
Yeah, Kyle Busch in the 18 said this car feels nothing like it did yesterday. There's no turn, no drive off. Feels like he's on ice. He's not sure what's going on with it, but he wants to come in here. They're going to fuel him up, make an adjustment to help get that security back in that 18.
AJ Allmendinger also in. Well, now the last laps that Kyle Busch turned here were in the truck race turning into victory lane yesterday. So that would have been a whole different feel. Bubba Wallace, who came into Sonoma 96 points below the cut line, is the first car out of the race, bringing out the caution at lap 10.
Welcome.
Always our favorite trip of the year. Wine Country Sonoma, fittingly the final race for Fox NASCAR for this season, and a great place to be. wine country in Sonoma. So A.J. Allmendinger's pit stop was due to a power steering pump failure. Tony, how's that going to make that car very difficult to drive?
It's going to make it very difficult for him just physically to drive it. I mean, I know somebody that probably the only guy I know that could get away with it is retired now, and that's Ryan Newman. He actually drove a race without the power steering, and it is incredibly hard to steer these cars without power like that.
Well, so why, other than overcoming that pump that's still hooked up there?
The caster in the cars, when you turn the wheel, it actually pulls the inside of the wheel down into the track, so you're physically picking up the inside corner. So it's just to physically overpower picking up the chassis and making that tire turn on top of the speeds and loads and the grip in the tire. It makes it extremely hard without power steering.
So at the back half of the field are 11 cars that stop. Look at that right side of your screen, that brand new Turn 11 viewing area and show place. That whole new building just completed. And the other night played host to the West Coast Stock Car Hall of Fame induction. Here they come out of 11, that little kink of turn 12, and then they'll face the flag for the restart. Reddick outside trying to sneak up next to McDowell into 3. He's there. Nope, not all the way to 3A though.
On the wrong side of that road there.
Yeah, Chris Buescher in that 17, he took advantage of that restart. He took that third position away from McDowell in the 34.
Bumper, you're clear.
Now during the caution flag, of course you have 5 gears. You've got a lot of choices here. Here's Ross Chastain and company.
You're running a lower gear, more RPM, group 2, 4, 7 than what the 5 is. What about the 99 gear selection? Am I the same as them or up or down a gear? You're down a gear compared to him as well.
And just for the record, how they know that is they have that SMT data. They can see their data plus their teammates plus everybody else in the field as far as RPM, throttle, brake, steering, things of that nature.
Ryan Blaney on the outside, trying to take a spot going into turn 11 and almost loses the nose.
And to your point there, I mean, that's the great thing. If somebody's really making time, the crew chief on the pit box can pull that data up. They can compare everything from throttle trace, brake trace, gear selection, all of that. So it's free data that they have during the race that 5, 6, 7 years ago we never had that.
Chase Briscoe held off Blaney into turn 11 last time. There's a little curb hop going on. Coming out of 3A and down the hill to 4.
You know, Mike, watching Ryan Blaney in that 12 car in a Ford, the last time a Ford won on a road course, you've got to go all the way back to his win at the Charlotte Roval in the fall of 2018.
That wasn't just the curb. That's widening the track.
And that's a spot that you don't see a lot of moves made right there. But
well, he had his hands full right there talking about Ryan Blaney.
Jamie?
Well, about 10 minutes ago, Blaney had radio to his crew. He's like, I can't go anywhere in dirty air. It's not bad. It's just tighter than it was yesterday. So he's trying to make hay, as you saw him side by side with Joey Hand. And I asked Blaney about his prowess on a road course. What do you think? How do you rate yourself? He said, I give myself a solid B, B minus. I'm okay, but not great.
Okay. 15th place, Kevin Harvick just ahead of Alex Bowman here. And Eric Jones is off course.
Get it going. Still no one coming if he can fire it.
Running 20th. And that is at turn 2.
He was one of those drivers had to start at the rear of the field because of unapproved adjustments.
We saw him coming up the hill there out on turn 1, he was very, very far to the outside, very wide. Wonder if he just picked up a bunch of debris on the tires, and when he got there, he just didn't have the grip, didn't have time to get the tire cleaned off first. They got dirtier when he got him in the dirt, too.
Yes. Jones continues without incident. And here's what was said.
No, nobody touched it. He just went around.
Jamie?
Well, and to add to that, Mike, he just hasn't been happy with his car. He said it has no drive, no turn, just not happy with it. And as you heard him there, has no idea how he spun.
I think Tony nailed it. When you get off groove here, especially when these cars are mostly single file, what's going to be out there to the side? All those little marbles that come off the tires.
We saw
if they get on yours, there's no grip.
Yeah, and on lap 1 on the start, we saw a lot of dust there. I don't know if they had problems during the truck race yesterday that they had to put oil dry down, but it's pretty dirty on the outside of that outside of that corner anyway. So it does. There's marbles that just continuously build up. You can see them there.
16 laps complete. Kyle Larson, a second and a half up on Chase Elliott and Chris Buescher, as we'll take you box side by side.
The city famous for its music is quiet now, but it's about to be overwhelmed by the symphony of speed. Nashville Superspeedway will be rocking from the pit to the grandstand. June 24th through 26th, the Ally 400 NASCAR Cup Series race weekend brings a mix of incredible racing and live entertainment. Tickets are going fast, so visit NashvilleSuperspeedway.com today and join the full throttle fun.
At USAA, we've been called too exclusive because we were created for officers. But as we've evolved with the military, we've grown to serve all who've honorably served, no matter their rank or when they were in. A Marine just out of boot camp, or a petty officer from 73, and even his kids and their kids. USAA is made for all who honorably served and their eligible family members. Are we still exclusive? Absolutely. And that's exactly why you should join.
Introducing the new 3-for-1 bundle, only from Xfinity. It's unlimited internet, streaming, and Xfinity Mobile, all for what you could pay wireless companies for just one 5G unlimited line. Boom shakalaka! Not only do you get fast speed, but you get unlimited data, Wi-Fi equipment, and a free Flex 4K streaming box included, all with a 2-year rate guarantee and no-term contract. That's the all-new 3-for-1 bundle. It's a whole new way to save with Xfinity. Switch today.
When you hear best-in-class range or best-in-class fuel economy, you may be thinking of really tiny cars. And you'd be really, really wrong. The Ram 1500. Exceeding expectations. Again. No wonder more people are switching to Ram than ever before.
Every dollar counts these days, so take advantage of this great offer during the Ram Make the Switch event.
Wednesday on FS1, it's time for two of the NL's best to collide. Christian Yelich leads the Brewers.
A monster shot!
Against the Mets and their 1-2 punch of Alonso and Lindor. Wednesday at 6 Eastern on FS1.
In NASCAR, the journey begins with one simple start. Turn, bump, win, and celebration. I am the NASCAR Camping World Truck Series. I am NASCAR.
The Hendrick Camaro twins, Kyle Larson and Chase Elliott, 2 seconds apart, keeping close tabs on one another. They, of course, did not stop at the caution. Now here's Chris Buescher right up against Elliott. This is for second place with Michael McDowell in fourth, Tyler Reddick fifth. The first of the cars that stopped and took tires is Kyle Busch back in 18th place. He has gained 10 spots since that pit stop.
And it definitely looks like the 9-car handling is going away, that we're closing in on 20 laps here. You can see it, Tony. Looks like it's a little bit tail happy.
Yeah, going into 11 there, you saw him on heavy braking there. Right as you start turning, you're asking the tire to do two things. You're asking it to slow the car down, plus it has to have the lateral grip at the same time. So you're asking it to double up on the load.
Chastain gets by his teammate Suarez. That's for 6th place. Bubba Wallace, first car out of the race. Here's Vince.
Well, the hits just keep on coming on this 23 camp. Another bad break, the motor letting go for Bubba Wallace. Man, how do you put all this in perspective? What's happening to you guys this season?
Off weekend. That's what we need to reset. I guess the mustache needs to come off. Man, I was really just biding our time and was doing less shifting than I was in practice, just trying to conserve some tire, and never had an over rev, never went the wrong way, and she just blew. So I hate it for our team, hate it for all of our partners. You know, we deserve to be, you know, finishing a lot better than what we have been these last few months. And like you said, the hits keep coming, but, you know, we got to bounce back. There's nothing like some good adversity to fight through to get our way back to where we need to be. But, man, it's just a bummer. TRD's the best. We'll figure it out. We're all scratching our heads trying to figure everything out, but just an unfortunate end to our day.
Thanks, Bubba.
Thanks, Vince. His teammate Kurt Busch in an uncharacteristic 28th place as we watch the race for 10th.
Well, we've been seeing this over the last 10 laps as well. The Hamlin starting to go away on that 11 car of Denny Hamlin. Keeps losing spots.
And I don't think anybody really had enough time in practice yesterday to understand exactly what they're going to be fighting. I mean, the cars feel great. When you put 4 fresh tires on them, they feel really good. Lap 15, lap 20 is when you start really seeing what your balance is and what you're going to be fighting the rest of the day.
Yeah, the longest run they were able to get in that 20-minute practice was about 12 or 13 laps.
I'm into 4 more this stage.
That was 7th place. Kyle Larson on cruise control, Jamie.
And his crew chief, Cliff Daniels, nailed the weather for today. He made some adjustments yesterday between practice and qualifying, and Larson told him, you guys did great. This car is awesome. He feels like his teammate Chase Elliott in the 9. The only place he's beating him is in turn 10. Everywhere else, they feel like they are lights out. So bad news for the competition right now.
Chase Elliott has his hands full with Chris Buescher.
Well, we will be coming to 3 laps to go in this stage the next time Kyle Larson comes by. Now, they're going to close pit road once the leader crosses the start-finish line with 2 to go. But if you're back 13 seconds or more behind the leader, you can't bank on that leader that he's going to pit before the stage ends. So this opens the window, this lap right here, for anybody that's further back than 13 seconds to hit pit road.
Chris Buescher sidelined last week with COVID, back this week, and what do they say about a bad cold? Sweat it out? Man, that's what he's doing.
That's exactly the best way to do it.
This was coming out of turn 4A, down the chute to turn 7. Something that wouldn't have happened last year with the carousel part of the course in use, but Elliott took a very wide line through there, gave Buescher all kinds of room. And here they all come. Well, not all, but here a lot of them come to pit road before stage 1 ends.
Well, they had to come now, Mike, because they don't know that Kyle Larson's not going to try to win this stage.
Vince?
Now the 9 of Kyle Larson, or the 9 of Chase Elliott is coming in. Also the 4 of Kevin Harvick. You saw Harvick just getting tires and fuel. The 11 of Denny Hamlin in as well with tires. Boy, these guys could not wait to get these fresh tires on, looking for a little more grip.
Larry, I think Kyle Larson may be on the same plan as last year. Something we thought couldn't be done. Win both stages and win the race.
Talked to a lot of crew chiefs this week, and they said it might be doable to try to win the first stage. You could be against the edge trying to win both stages and the race.
Briscoe and Bowman going at it side by side here.
That's all off of pit road, and that just shows because the tires are cold. And normally on an oval, we want cold tires, but here you have to get the tires cut in and scrubbed in to get the grip.
Long stop for Christopher Bell in 20. This has been one of their Achilles heel a lot this year on pit road.
So Buescher is in, so is Elliott and McDowell.
Mike, Cliff Daniels, Kyle Larson, they're doing the same thing they did a year ago. They're going to win this stage. He did not pit, and pit road is closed now.
Pit road closes with 2 laps to go at the end of each stage. So that means Larson will have to make and wait and make his pit stop under caution at the stage break. Now we saw a bit of contact between Blaney and Hamlin. Coming out of 4A here into 7.
I think Denny just locked the left fronts up, or the fronts up a little bit, and just got him off. Ryan gave him room, and Denny didn't mean to do that. There it is, just locks the right front tire up. As soon as you do that, you got one tire turning the car, not two. So, and then the other 4 tires on the outside made it turn a lot better as well.
8 wheels usually corner better than 4, right?
Exactly.
Larson at turn 11 with 1 to go in stage 1. So the cars that did not pit include Larson,
1 more right here to the stage, 1 more.
Logano, Harrison Burton, Kurt Busch, Ricky Stenhouse, and Eric Jones. Jamie.
Cliff Daniels told Kyle Larson, all right, we can win this stage. It's going to be tough to win the next one, but we're going to stay the course. Let's stick with our plan. So Larry Mack, you were right. They want to duplicate last year.
Well, and my biggest concern is, by my calculations, when we cycle through after the stage and pit stops, he's going to start well outside the top 20.
Now, last year it was possible because we ran the carousel. The course was a half-mile longer than it is this year, trying to win both stages and the race.
And he may have added to the fact that he had a car that was about a half to 3/4 of a second faster than anybody else's.
That always gives you confidence to do things that are a little bit outside the box, and things that we're sitting here in the booth going, why did he not take advantage and keep his track position, stay out of trouble to get back there in 20th or beyond that? Now you're putting yourself in a spot that you don't necessarily want to be in, but that shows you how valuable these stage points are when it comes to the playoffs.
Well, to show you how jumbled up things are, Ricky Stenhouse and Cody Ware back there in position to get some stage points here at the end of stage 1. And Cody Ware started the race last due to inspection issues and had to do a drive-through after completing lap 1 down pit road. This will be Larson's 2nd stage win of the season and his 3rd straight stage win here for Kyle Larson and crew chief Cliff Daniels. Larson the stage winner over Joey Logano, Kyle Busch, Justin Haley, and Eric Almirola. Welcome back to Sonoma. 26 laps complete, end of stage 1. Here are the cars that did not pit under the lap 10 caution or at lap 23 before pit road closed. Vince?
Joey Logano said he'd know within the first 20 laps if he had a car that could potentially win today. Well, he likes what he's got. Just a slight air pressure adjustment to help it turn a little bit better along with those 4 tires. Jamie?
Kyle Busch started off terrible in this race, but remember, he's already pitted once. They were able to make some adjustments there, but they're bringing it in. They'll put on a 2nd set of sticker tires here, and another adjustment for him. Meanwhile, it's been all about Kyle Larson in the 5, and he is in. He said, what's your balance like? You need anything? He said, I am good. We'll see what it's going to do here in traffic. He hasn't done that yet.
Here's your Ram race off pit road. Kyle Busch picks up 2 spots. Almirola, Burton, and Kurt Busch 1 each. So remember when Ryan Blaney and Denny Hamlin got together up at turn number 7. Here's a look at it. Hamlin going into that corner, locks up the tire, as Tony pointed out. Had 1 wheel turning, and significant contact led to this later statement over the in-car radio from Blaney.
Can't wait to have to pass everybody back, and then 11's going to get one coming to him. Tell him that.
Now, Denny Hamlin.
I don't know if you're around Josh, but tell him I'm sorry. He locked it up. Tell him I'll give it back to him when he comes by me again.
And that's Josh Williams, which is Ryan Blaney's spotter.
Yeah, and this, it was a mistake. These guys are still trying to figure out what can they get away with on the brakes and what can't they. And when you slide the nose like that, you get into a guy. Then he's doing the right thing. If Ryan gets to him, he's absolutely going to give him that spot back. Now it's just a matter of the spotters communicating and relaying that information back, because I'm sure Ryan doesn't realize that he slid the front end getting in there. He just knows he got pushed out of the way.
So stage 1 is complete with a brand new car, a different course than last week, but the same first stage winner, pole sitter Kyle Larson. Getting ready for the restart, they approach the Geico restart zone. Christopher Bell was scheduled to get the free pass, but when he pitted under green, he pitted outside his box, so he was under penalty. No free pass at the end of stage 1. Chase Elliott, Chris Buescher side by side, and here we go, stage 2. Top of the course right there.
And I know we've talked about tire wear being a big factor. On these restarts, you want to get everything you can get for the first 2 laps, and then you need to settle in. But everybody is so aggressive in these braking zones that you have to take anything you can get these first couple laps. Then once it sorts out and gets single file again, then you start getting in protection mode. But you've got to be aggressive on these restarts here.
Tony, that's what Kyle Larson is going to have to do, because to our point, staying out, winning that stage, he's somewhere back there in that wad, restarting 24th in that 5 car.
Well, Chase Elliott's pit crew got him the lead from Chris Buescher. Based on pit performance there, the driver time is very similar, but a 3-second difference by the pit crew put Elliott up front.
Not a big surprise, Mike. We keep track of 4-tire stop averages through now the first 15 races. The 9 pit crew led by Alan Gustafson. That group right there, they're at the top of the sheet.
Now we heard about the 11 and the 12, so let's add the postscript. Ryan Blaney, after he heard about Hamlin's apology.
11 apologized, said he'd give it back if he got back to him. I said, yeah, we might as well too. I'm sure he's very sorry. Oh, yeah, so.
Well, what was it Denny Hamlin said last week when they told him? Yeah, right.
Yeah. We as drivers, we get our feelings hurt real easy. And it's hard for us, it's hard to forgive.
That's Alex Bowman in 9th. Trying to pull away from Ryan Blaney, who closes it up coming through turn 10. A.J. Allmendinger without power steering, toughing it out here. And looking outside, road race specialist Joey Hand in the 15 this week.
Watching AJ there, and man, watch him having to saw on that wheel with no power steering. This is tough, and this is a tough place to do it. Like we mentioned, you don't get it. You don't have any long straightaways to catch your breath and relax a little bit and let your muscles relax. So he is just manhandling this thing at this point. But the great thing is we got an in-car camera. We'll be able to get a read, I think, on him as time goes on. You'll be able to tell if he starts getting fatigued, because you'll see him start using his shoulders a little more. I mean, right now he looks as relaxed as you could ask for right now under the circumstances. But as time goes on and later this race gets, he has got to start getting tired, and we should be able to see it from inside the car.
Kyle Larson only up 2 spots since the restart, so being very methodical here.
Well, Tony, you pointed it out to me earlier, looking at lap times. He's stuck back there in a wad. He's 2 seconds a lap off what Chase Elliott's running as the leader.
Yeah, and these cars, unfortunately, they're still very aero sensitive, and in traffic they get a lot tighter. So the balance that he had by himself, he was really happy with. Now you put cars in front of him where he's got dirty air, I guarantee his balance is much different than what it was in the lead.
That was turn 10. Not sure who created that dust storm by putting 2 wheels off at 10, but that's a dodgy move, but it happens pretty frequently. Ty Dillon falling to Kyle Larson there. That's 21st place. And Larson up 3 since the restart, but work to do. Corey LaJoie, Kyle Busch side by side. So there's first and second. Elliott and Buescher still nose to tail. Just the way they restarted. Well, they restarted side by side. Ross Chastain in third, and his teammate Daniel Suarez sitting fourth after stage 1.
Coca-Cola and NASCAR. There is real magic when we cheer together. You're watching NASCAR on Fox.
Welcome back to Sonoma, where Chase Elliott and Chris Buescher continue bumper to bumper with Ross Chastain a second and a half back. Daniel Suarez 2 seconds. Tyler Reddick 3. Kevin Harvick 4. Michael McDowell 5. Cole Custer, Bowman, and Blaney the top 10. Nice run for Harvick, who has gained the most spots since the start of this race.
And talking to him yesterday, I mean, he wasn't happy with his qualifying run, but he was very happy with his race balance. He felt like he had a car that was going to be good on a long run.
Vince?
Yeah, to echo what Tony was saying in regards to Kevin Harvick, he was really happy with his race car. It's been almost 2 years since he won, but Kevin believes he had a car capable of contending today. And like what Tony said, Harvick said the qualifying effort was just he simply missed it, did not drive it the way it needed to be driven. But he really liked the race car. They didn't make any major adjustments at that first stop either, just a little bit of air pressure to help it drive off a little better.
Well, there he is, 6th and in the lead pack. He has the leaders in sight, which is always a good motivator. And Kyle Larson has passed Hendrick teammate William Byron, moving him up to 17th.
Well, and that leads us to our subway right combination. Kyle Larson, the 5 team, crew chief Cliff Daniels on road courses. Won this race a year ago, won both stages, led 57 laps. He's actually won 3 of the last 6 road course races, 5 top 3s in the last 7, led every lap here in 2014 to win the ARCA Menard Series West. And think about this, a Hendrick Motorsports driver has won Sonoma 7 times. Those numbers and maybe some strategy different from Cliff Daniels could be the subway right combination for Kyle Larson and his 5 team to get their 2nd win in 2022.
Well, right now he's battling Martin Truex, who is going to be a tough out. Truex, one of the most successful road racers in this generation of NASCAR.
You know, right now, Kyle Larson in the 5. Of course, his teammate Chase Elliott is leading over Chris Buescher, but Larson has made it back to 17th. Tony, if he can somehow make it to the top 10 or 12, I think they're going to have to go for some different strategy. I don't think they can stay out there and try to win that stage, but I think they can get back in this game.
Well, and the closer to the front they get, the tougher it's going to get to make that ground. I mean, the cars in the back of the pack are struggling. The cars don't drive well. It's easier to pick those positions off. You get to the top 10 now you're in a little tougher company, and making those passes and having to drive harder, abuse your tires and brakes a little more. That's things and factors that are going to come into play trying to get to the front.
So Larson has passed Truex, and now he set sight on Joey Hand from Sacramento. ALMS champ, Le Mans winner for Ford with the GTs, Daytona 24 Hours, that Ford GT program. And he's done a very good job in this Rick Ware car at Sonoma. 2nd biggest mover since the restart.
And Tony, I think Ford has had Joey working with a lot of the Ford drivers when it comes to road course racing.
Yeah, he spent a lot of time with all 4 of our cars and drivers at SHR. I met Joey at the shop, super nice guy, and his resume, his racing resume on road courses is unbelievable. That's why Ford thinks so highly of him, and the feedback that he's been able to give our drivers and how he's been able to work with each of them. Every driver's got a unique personality, but Joey has done such a great job working with all 4 of our guys. It has been a huge asset and a huge help to our program.
Now here's Larson looking to the outside, crossover here on hand as we look at Tyler Reddick in 5th place.
I talked to Tyler a couple years ago, and he absolutely just dreaded going road course racing. But then he put a lot of effort into it. And now he's fast every single time we go to a road course. This team here, I talked to Tyler earlier this week. He said if we can just put the beginning, the middle, and the end of a race together, we can close this deal out with a fast race car. Jamie Little.
And Larry, you're right. He used to hate road course racing, but he said, I overcame it mentally. I told myself I was going to like it and I was going to work hard at it. He went to school in the gym. He went to school on all the notes and data and how to get better at this style of racing, and he actually enjoys it now. As far as this weekend, he said they're in the ballpark, but they weren't great in practice. He's working on getting comfortable. Definitely wasn't comfortable in that one practice session yesterday, but he's holding tight in this race so far.
Reminds me of a fellow named Earnhardt, who was not a great road racer. He snuck off to the Bob Bondurant School and went to chief instructor Bill Cooper. And the winningest stock car driver of his generation told Cooper, teach me how to do this. And Bill did. And suddenly, Earnhardt was a real threat when we came to the road courses. Here's Larson on Joey Hand in replay.
It did not come easy. He had to work that 15 car over a lot.
And that's a tough spot to get by right there. That's literally getting off of turn 7 with good forward drive. Joey probably was kind of guarding the inside a little bit, and Kyle Larson's never afraid to go to the outside, as we all know, so he doesn't mind rifling in up there.
So Kyle Larson up to the top 15 on quite a different pit strategy than anybody else in the top 20. Chase Elliott leading Chris Buescher by 3/4 of a second after 39 laps in Sonoma.
Stopped into a church. I passed along the way.
NHRA returns to Sonoma next month. The Sonoma Nationals are on Fox Sunday, July 24th, 4 p.m. 7 of the next NHRA races are on Fox starting next week in Thunder Valley at Bristol, Tennessee. Here are the upcoming races. How are Smoke and Associates doing this season?
So far, so good. Matt Hagan driving our funny cars, leading the points. Won last week, so he's got 3 wins this season. And Leah's team, a new group, they're doing a great job of making solid laps. Just haven't had much luck yet, but it's coming. I can see it on the horizon.
Well, we'll look forward to NHRA on Fox from a lot of these Speedway Motorsports tracks, like Bristol, Sonoma, and Bristol.
I just can't say enough about this 17 car Chris Buescher. He just will not go away. I mean, qualified inside the top 5 and right there on the rear bumper of the leader, Chase Elliott.
Vince?
Buescher doesn't really have much of a road course racing background. He said it's not, natural to him, but he works a lot with road course driving coach Billy Johnson, and he credits Johnson with improving his road course driving, the way he approaches it, the way he visualizes the turns, the braking points, etc. And he said that's been the difference maker and why he's such a more comfortable road course racer these days.
Well, it's a huge difference. Prior to today, in 5 starts at Sonoma, Chris Buescher had only 6 total laps running in a top 5 position. Big turnaround here.
He did win an Xfinity Series road course race at Mid-Ohio several years ago.
Kyle Busch, since the restart, is down 3 spots and not happy about it.
Back to a piece of front doesn't turn into center. That's a joke, dude. Horrible. A joke.
No, I used to carry an index card in my pocket. What if the car was doing this? I just never had a card that gave me the answer to awful and a joke.
Well, normally when he says that, that means his car is average. It gets way worse when it's way worse than this.
Won the truck race here yesterday, but currently, whether it's due to strategy or setup, mired in 26th.
Yeah, and he and Kyle Larson restarted right together. And to your point, Mike, 26, Kyle Larson has now cracked the top 15, 14th in that 5 car.
Justin Haley that we're seeing here. Justin's a kid. I'm super excited about watching him. I like watching him each week. I feel like he's a driver that has got a ton of potential. He just goes out. When he makes mistakes, it's the learning mistakes. It's not because you're overdriving it. He just makes mistakes that you learn as you go. But he has been solid. I mean, he was solid at the LA Coliseum, had a good run there, and he has had some really good runs this year. I think he's going to do great.
Yeah, got that 3rd place finish at one of the toughest tracks we go to at Darlington several weeks ago.
Ty Dillon through turn 11 here, just ahead of Haley and Kyle Busch. Chase Elliott 1 second up on Chris Buescher right now. The 5 and the 9, who you see compared at the bottom of the screen, have combined to win 10 of the last 15 road course races. And there is the comparison between them on this run.
Well, right now, he's cracked the top 13. He's 19 seconds behind leader Chase Elliott. And the window's closing, and we're getting closer and closer toward the end of stage 2. In about 7 to 8 laps, that's when you're going to have to make that pit stop before they close pit road.
Well, I'm surprised some of those numbers are so close because Elliott has been out in clean air and Larson has mostly been in heavy traffic.
Yeah, and he's having to use these tires a lot more. He doesn't have the luxury of braking where he wants, accelerating the way he wants. He's having to take advantage of every opportunity he's getting right now.
Tony, take us for a ride with Daniel Suarez on a lap around Sonoma here.
He's up in turn 2 right there. A lot of times you use a lot of curb. That curb helps plant the left side to get it stuck. Gets a lot of load right there in the bottom of 3, and then you're coming up to tricky 3A where it's a blind corner. You got to get it cut and be able to get back to the gas hard as you press the hill. Heavy braking into turn 4 here. Cross over the curb, which it cut the curb down, which is nice. The cars aren't bouncing around. Downhill into turn 7. This is an easy spot to lock the rear brakes up. Get right to the curb, get squared up, hard acceleration. To get set up right here for the S's, it's real important to get the nose to cut early here. Get it to cut back. Another over the crest, getting it to accelerate hard, carry a lot of speed down through here to turn 10. And turn 10 is really critical on momentum, carrying speed, getting the nose to cut, but being able to get back in the gas. One of the fastest sections here. There's a little bit of a dip going in here to 11. You can use a lot of brake in that dip because it actually loads the car. Then it's hard to get the tires to cut in turn 11 and hard to get it to accelerate forward off of the corner.
You scrub off almost 100 miles an hour from 10 to 11. Start finish.
Turn 1 here is really fun because it's a double apex and you got to get right to that curb on the left-hand side to set up for 2. Daniel really loose on the exit there. This course has so much character to it. There's nothing that's simple about it. But when you get in a rhythm, it's really, really fun. But you have to know how to play the load when it's in a dip where you can get the tires loaded, and then the crest where you're going up over top and the car gets light. You have to be able to modulate the throttle over those corners.
A challenging but fun place to race. As Chase Elliott leads Chris Buescher by 1.6 seconds. 9 to go in stage 2. We'll go side by side.
Magic.
I've travelled all over the country talking about saving with Geico. But that's the important bit, isn't it? Showing up, saying, hello, fancy a nice chat. And then we talk like two old friends about sticky buns and all the savings you could get by bundling your home and car insurance. But here's the real secret. Eye contact. Do you feel that? We just had a moment. Who'd have thought it?
Geico. Save even more when you bundle home and car insurance.
Toyota, let's go places.
I am tradition, passed down from the families that race to the ones that watch us every weekend.
You know, it's all I've ever known, racing. I was fortunate to be in victory lane 20 years ago, and I'm here again.
I am meant to be passed down from one generation to the next. Because the only thing better than seeing a race is sharing it with someone. I am NASCAR.
Si, didn't you get the memo? We're still hunting, but for treasure.
Boys are back. Murray's the expert. Si's the brains. And Chase and Shep have hunting in their veins. Duck Family Treasure, the new series, only on Fox Nation.
Stream the first episode at foxnation.com. In NASCAR, the journey begins with one simple start. Turn, bump, win, and celebration. I am the NASCAR Camping World Truck Series. I am NASCAR.
48 laps complete, turn 10. Chase Elliott flashes past with the lead, 1.7 seconds up on Chris Buescher. It's a good gap, 8 seconds back to Daniel Suarez. No longer battling his Trackhouse teammate for that position. Here's what happened to Ross Chastain as he went to try to pass Suarez, going from turn 4 to 7.
Diving down the hill, and you see the rear end get out, and that's just rear brakes. The rear brakes are stronger than what the grip of the tires are at this point in the stage. You just lose grip.
Well, let's ride along.
And you hear that ratcheting sound. That's when it's chattering those rear tires, when you hear that real loud ratchet. And once it starts doing that, the only thing you can do to get the tire back is to get off of the brake. But you still got to stop and make the corner.
Here. He's spun himself out. All clear here.
So that cost Chastain 3 positions on the racetrack. Suarez is 3rd. Chastain continues in 7th, just ahead of Ryan Blaney. Because Reddick, Harvick, and McDowell got past Chastain as he tried to right his ship and continue.
And we talked about how do you have 2 teammates like that, and the car that's in second of the 2 is faster, and why wouldn't the teammate let the other one by? The way the etiquette of the sport has turned into lately is that nobody works with each other. Nobody lets each other by. And most of the time it's because the tires are so good that they just don't have that big fall off. We're at Sonoma. Tire wear has always been a factor here. Goodyear's done a great job of bringing a softer tire here, which lets the fall off be a lot greater window. So if you can be smart, and this is where the older drivers have a little bit of an advantage. If you're smart, you might let a guy go here or there early in a stage when they're running too hard. And later, they've got better tires, and they're going to get those spots back and then some.
Sure. Well, Hendrick Motorsports has reached a milestone in NASCAR today. 100,000 miles led in the Cup Series. First team to accomplish that. Of course, back in the early days, there weren't many 4-car teams. Now it is the norm among the super teams, but 100,000 miles, that's a ways. Congratulations.
Well, they've led all 50 so far today, between Kyle Larson leading 26 and now Chase Elliott leading 24.
That number, 24, led a whole lot of those, mainly at the hands of Jeff Gordon.
Especially on these road courses, Jeff was tough.
5 to go in stage 2, Larry. What are we going to see for strategy here?
Yeah, I got to believe now, as we have talked about, it's going to be real tough to try to win stage 2 and be set up to win this race. So I would say in the next lap or two, you're going to see most of these people, most of these drivers starting to hit pit road. And remember, you probably want to do it when we complete 52, if you're sitting back there like McDowell, Blaney on back, because they're 13 or more seconds behind leader Chase Elliott. But I couldn't imagine that Chase Elliott will not be one of the ones that makes that early pit stop.
10th place, Keselowski and rookie Austin Cindric. Martin Truex has just made his pit stop.
Well, James Small, I'm trying to get one more lap advantage of fresh tires in that 19.
Vince?
Boy, Martin Truex Jr., it has been a frustrating day. Been screaming on the radio, just cannot get that car to react the way he wants it to. No rear traction, can't get it to turn, 0 drive off. It's been a handful.
So Truex comes back on track, 33rd of the 35 cars still running. Bubba Wallace was out at lap 10 with engine failure.
I'd say it's going to get very busy now. There you see Tyler Reddick in the 8 car hitting pit road, and I'd say you'll see many more.
Some of these cars last on pit road at lap 22.
And I don't think you'll see anybody try to stay out, mainly from the standpoint we're watching the lap times up here. Kyle Larson's lap times are a second and a half slower than Chase Elliott's.
Wow.
And he was the fastest car the first step.
Jamie?
Tyler Reddick yesterday in qualifying, huge moment, almost wrecked it, still qualified 5th to show you how much speed that car has. It's been pretty decent today, very quiet behind the wheel. Sounds like he's gotten a little more comfortable. That was the concern. The 12 of Ryan Blaney said last time he just fired off a little tighter. Hearing that a lot as the temps are just cooler today. After each stop, the car just gets tighter.
Ambient temperature, good 20 degrees cooler than yesterday. Alex Bowman having trouble on his launch. Keselowski and Chastain climbing the hill together.
And that is not Keselowski trying to run him up the hill. That is just cold tires that haven't got grip yet. You're trying to push to hold that position.
Here's your leader, Chase Elliott, on pit road. This is a unique pit road in that it's really 2 pit roads, so with a kink in between. Vince?
Well, that 9 of Chase Elliott, clean air is king, but they've also had a very good race car from the very beginning. And you see no adjustments going to be made on that 9, just 4 tires. The 17 of Chris Buescher, also very solid, looking for a little more turn, but otherwise good. Jamie? Issue with the...
Back up.
Trouble for Chase Elliott there as they continue to work on the right-hand side is in 99. Daniel Suarez just wants to get the rear of the car working better, needs grip. We've been hearing that so often, but the car's been good, been running top 5.
That's going to be a penalty. They worked on that car outside the box. They had to get it all the way back in the box for it to be legal to do anything to that car.
And what you saw all 4 wheels back inside the box, but the nose of the car was over the line, and that's what dictates it being outside.
So Elliott just tried to take off, and they called a loose wheel and stopped him. But even that front splitter at the very nose of the car has to be behind the line to be a legal stop. But had he gone out on course and lost that wheel, that would have been a whole lot worse.
Now, we've cycled through green flag stops. Pit road is closed. Joey Logano here in the 22 car is the leader. Paul Wolfe says, we can't win this race today. We don't have a race car. I've got 2 wins. Let me get another playoff point and 10 more stage points.
And that's where everybody has to be. They got to play their own strategy off of what their circumstances are. Guys can take advantage of this. Like you said, he's not going to win the race. If he's not going to win the race, it doesn't matter. So get those stage points, salvage the rest of the day.
So NASCAR has called the penalty on the 9 for pitting outside of the box. And also a penalty on Tyler Reddick, too fast entering his pit. You must maintain that 40-mile-an-hour pit road speed, plus a 4.99 mile per hour tolerance from yellow line to yellow line. Both were in the top 4 at the time of that stop.
Now, the penalty for pitting outside the assigned pit box under green is a pass-through penalty. He has to come down pit road. He doesn't have to stop. Just maintain pit road speed, back out on the racetrack.
And the good thing about that, at least the field is strung out now. We haven't had a caution this stage, so that will salvage some of that, but he's going to lose a lot of track position here.
The 8-car, Tyler Reddick's slow. He's got a penalty to serve. A fuel can penalty on Chris Buescher.
That's the top 2 before that cycle of pit stops that had a pit road issue.
Yeah, the top 3 cars
that
have had a problem.
It's been the story in 2022. Pit road has been a huge difference maker, good and bad.
Larry, pit road will be closed with 2 to go. Can they? It's the final lap now, so pit road's closed. Can't go serve that penalty with pit road closed.
But 1 stage to go. He's going to have to restart at the tail end of the longest line.
There you go. Joey Logano is our stage 2 winner in Sonoma.
There's the green checker. Good job.
From Eric Almirola and Chris Buescher, it's Logano's 2nd stage win of the season. Daniel Suarez and Kevin Harvick, the top 5. Todd Gilliland, 6th, another rookie. Harrison Burton, 7th. Chase Elliott, Michael McDowell, and Ricky Stenhouse get stage points. Joey Logano, stage winner. Will probably only be about 8 or 10 cars that come to pit road at the end of stage 2 here. Everybody else has already been in under green. Here is the issue. Here's what happened to Chase Elliott.
Go back.
Allen just needed to say, go back about 2 or 3 more times, and he'd have been back in that box.
Yeah, and they did a great job of catching him before he got too far out. Did a great job of getting him stopped, just unfortunately did not get him back the rest of the way.
Vince?
Well, Joey Logano with a playoff position already secured. They've been looking at a good points day, and they've scored the most points, and then they just got a playoff point for this stage win. So it's been a great day for the 22, and it's been a good car.
Saw Todd Gilliland there, who got 5th place stage points. Now, Buescher crossed the line in 3rd, but because he was under penalty for a fuel can issue on his stop, he does not get 3rd place stage points. That moves the 99 up, and it also includes Ryan Blaney and drivers who got stage points for stage 2.
Well, let's dial up stage 2 winner here with Joey Logano and see what he's up to. Hey, Joey, it's Tony Stewart up in the Fox booth. You got me? Hey, Joey, it's Tony Stewart in the Fox booth. You got us?
Well, let's try channel 2.
That's why they give us 2 radios in case one doesn't work. Hey, Joey Logano, it's Tony Stewart in the booth. You got us?
Yeah, I got you.
Congrats on that stage win, man. I know as a driver, you understand the scenario you're in on getting buried here by not pitting toward the end, but you got those important stage points. So what's your strategy the rest of the way?
Hammer down. Only one way to go from here, but I like to call Paul May. I think it makes sense to maximize our day here. From a point standpoint, you got to take a playoff point whenever you can. So we got those in the bank, which is nice. 19 stage points there, which is also good. And we're trying to get the Auto Trader Mustang back up here. It's going to be a slugfest from here, I'm sure. Intensity's going to keep picking up as you get down to the end of the race, and we're going to be in the middle of the hornet's nest.
So with this new car, we know we've heard a lot of different challenges of brakes and shifting and different shift points. What's the biggest thing that has caught you off guard so far?
I mean, some different shifting points. It's still Sonoma, Tony. Not a whole bunch is changed, although the car has changed. Braking is probably the biggest thing. You don't really worry about wheel hop as much, so you can afford to be a little bit more aggressive and not as much penalty if you screw up. Probably the biggest thing, which forces everyone to be a little more aggressive, of course.
All right, bud. Well, we know you can be aggressive when you need to, so good luck the rest of the way. See if you can get that thing up front.
Happy. I'll take it. Thanks.
Looks like Logano will be firing off from 24th on the restart. Joey Logano, Stage 2 winner. Along with golf, auto racing is the toughest sport to put on television, and these are just some of the names of the best technical team in the business. Those that bring you NASCAR on Fox every week and do it with such professionalism. And we are so grateful for their contributions, for some of the specialty shots we give you like this. And we are told that the fuel can penalty on the 17 of Chris Buescher had been reviewed and rescinded. No penalty on Chris Buescher's team. But there is another issue. Here's Jamie.
Well, Mike, this is the first time in today's race that we've heard about tire issues. I heard all of a sudden all these different teams saying we've got some issues. So I came down to check out the 99 of Daniel Suarez. This is the left rear. It is blistered all the way around. Now, this is after 31 laps. They told him, you're not going to have to go that far again, and we have 2 sets of sticker tires laying. Vince?
With Alan Gustafson, the crew chief, the 9 to Chase Elliott. What happened on that stop, Alan?
Yeah, it's really hard to tell, but from the video, the nut didn't draw up. Chad got on the nut, and it just didn't draw up. The gun kind of stumbled a little bit, and then it didn't draw, and, there's really no way you can check off and have a fast stop, so we dropped and had to bring them back, and unfortunately, we didn't get back in the box far enough and got a penalty, so unfortunate. We had a good race going. Execution was well to that point, but we dig out of a big hole now, so we can get.
He will restart 34th next to last. Here they come to the Geico restart zone. Stage 3 will take us to the conclusion of this race. 110 laps in all. Chris Buescher, Daniel Suarez. Still side by side. This can't last.
No, but it's important right now. I mean, if you can get that clean air like we saw earlier in stage 1 and 2, that leader has a big advantage. They want to get it right now.
Suarez comes out of 4 with the lead. McDowell to second. Harvick looking on from 4th. And Buescher goes wide.
They're all missing the corner. I mean, that just shows you how important this track position is going to be. And these guys know it. So they're trying to get it early while they got fresh tires. They will have to settle in and back their pace down.
Justin Marks, the winner of this year's Burnsy Award, presented in pre-race today. Watching his driver, Daniel Suarez, trying to get his first Cup Series win.
I actually did the Race Hub show this past Monday with Daniel Suarez, and he just had a confidence about himself that he really was totally looking forward to coming out here to Sonoma.
Kyle Larson made it 3 wide in turn 11. You don't see that often.
No, but again, that shows how important getting this track position early. You've got to take advantage on these restarts. There's a lot of corners that once it gets sorted out, your lap times are faster, but on the restarts, guys are getting choked up in front of you at different spots of the racetrack, and you got to find unconventional lines to get by guys.
Daniel Suarez is a lonely Camaro at the front. Look at the 6 Fords lined up right behind him.
That was Kyle Larson we just saw right there in the 5 car. He finally has made his way back to the top 10, sitting in the 10th spot right now.
The first Toyota Hamlin in 13. Bit of lock up there. Kyle Larson and Ross Chastain together.
Ross must have 2 sets of eyes. You see him more often than not moving around the racetrack to block.
And Austin Dillon's going to get into him.
More than once, it looks like.
2 on your right. Now just a 5. You're clear.
That's Brandon McReynolds, Ross Chastain's spotter.
He has a bunch of hungry hounds behind him right now.
We're going to get 3 wide into 11 with Truex on the inside. Chase Briscoe. And it looks like Cole Custer got the worst of that on the outside.
I think a lot of
folks told these drivers, hey, this is the final stage. We got to go now.
Looks like they told them it's 3 laps to go.
Well, they feel invincible now that they got new tires on.
Byron inside Denny Hamlin there. And here, let's go back to Kyle Larson and Ross Chastain and see what transpired.
Well, Ross just blocks. The easiest way to stay ahead of a guy is run a faster lap time than him. Ross unfortunately spends way more time looking in his mirror and moving around to put his car in front of everybody else than worrying about going fast. And he's fast enough to do it. He just has to get in the mindset that he doesn't have to spend every lap changing lines to keep somebody from getting around him. Talented driver.
Daniel Suarez out in front of Michael McDowell here by 0.4 of a second. Suarez, member of the Coca-Cola Racing family, earlier today had some fun with the Daniel's Amigos fan club here at Sonoma.
Hola amigos, we're here in Sonoma. Myself, NASCAR, Speedway Motorsport, and Coca-Cola have introduced Latino Hispanic community to the sport of NASCAR. Starting in 2019, we created the program Daniel's Amigos to welcome Latino Hispanic community to the sport of NASCAR, to have fun, lots of food, and myself.
Those amigos out there having a lot of fun watching their driver, Daniel Suarez, leading the Coca-Cola Racing family with Dillon 11th, Hamlin 17th, and Joey Logano, the Stage 2 winner, back in 22nd.
Mike, I know we have 47 laps to go, but I go back to what you were speaking about as far as the playoffs with 11 races to go and the need to win. I look at our top 6 drivers, every one of them looking for that very first win of 2022.
That's right, Larry. Win and you're in. But the 77 around, Josh Bilicki, and I think the 8 got a piece of that, Tyler Reddick, who comes straight to pit road.
And Mike, we talked about it earlier. Unfortunately, this is right out of the playbook with this 8 car in 2022.
They were running for 30th there, Jamie.
Yeah, and the 8 had just come on the radio and said the car's doing something weird, and then you saw that incident and they brought it down, and Tyler Reddick telling the team right now it broke. Something broke on the 8.
Maybe that's why he got into Josh Bilicki there. Wow. So Bilicki had to spin to miss that Tom Cruise Days of Thunder style cloud right there.
And they both got lucky that they didn't have big contact that could have taken them out of the race right there.
Well, Michael McDowell has not made any inroads on Daniel Suarez's lead because he's got a mirror full of Kevin Harvick right there in the 4.
We got a new group of characters that we haven't necessarily seen in the top 3 today. Daniel's been up there the majority of the race, but the 34 and the 4, they've been in the top 10. They've just kind of been biding their time, and here they are in the last stage.
And to Larry's point, this top 6 all needs to win to get in the playoffs. So there's a lot of motivation riding right here.
Well, it's also interesting, you've got Daniel Suarez in that Chevy, and the next 6 drivers behind him are all blue Ford Opals.
Vince?
You know, Michael McDowell, one of the concerns, and I think you just saw that there as Kevin Harvick completed the pass for second on McDowell, was that they had really good short run speed. But the question coming in to this race today was, what kind of race pace were they going to have? How is their long-run car going to react? And certainly for Blake Harris, the crew chief on McDowell's car, they like it to fire off, and they like it on the short run, but he loses a little bit the longer the run goes.
Right now he's a 1.5 seconds off the lead. Veteran road racer and veteran cup driver, Michael McDowell.
And you heard Jamie Little report a while ago, most all the teams, they have 2 sets of sticker tires laying. No matter what, we know they have to make one more pit stop. The question would be, if we get that late caution, deep in the race, what do you do? I just think right now track position's king.
Let's have a look at Kevin Harvick's day so far. It's kind of like the elevation change of this racetrack.
Yeah, he's made very, very steady progress the whole day. Like we mentioned at the beginning of the show, talking to him yesterday after qualifying, he was disappointed in his qualifying run, but he felt very good about the balance of his race car and race trim.
You can see the gap closing on with Kevin at 99. He was about a half a second faster that last lap.
Chase Elliott back at 25th place after that issue on pit road. Now racing Kurt Busch, who has had quite an off day here.
Diving back right. 9 is right. 9 is right. 31 trying to come with him.
That's Rick Corelli, Busch's spotter.
And you saw Chase with his left hand out the window just waving to Kurt. Kurt gave him plenty of room. Knew he was faster. That's the old etiquette that we talked about earlier of guys working with each other.
.44 laps to go in wine country. Had a couple of spins and a few thrills so far.
And if you want these kind of dreams, it's California.
41 laps to go. Here's the rest of our NASCAR on Fox technical crew, and our thanks for their great efforts to bring these races into your living room every week with such professionalism and great camera angles and views and coverage and replays. A lot of hard work all week long from one track to the next. Set it up and go again. And we greatly appreciate all of their efforts. Daniel Suarez right in front of Kevin Harvick. That's Suarez looking back at Harvick and Chris Buescher, both within 1 second of the lead.
Yeah, all of a sudden, Chris Buescher, he ran those top two down. He's faster than Suarez and faster than Harvick right now.
And he's there.
Inside. Power move.
Buescher to second. Vince?
Well, the team just came on the radio last lap and told Chris Buescher, hey, it's time to get a little bit more aggressive. We cannot lose sight of the leaders. We got to get aggressive, and we got to get aggressive now. He's listening. Jamie?
Well, you guys have mentioned Chris Buescher, how great he has been since yesterday. Well, the team owner and his teammate Brad Keselowski was off a little bit yesterday. They had qualified 22nd, but what a comeback. Keselowski running 5th right now. He has not had a top 10 since the Daytona 500. He is in desperate times to get a good finish, and so far so good here.
Yeah, great shot in the arm for Team RFK. This run by both Buescher and Keselowski with 40 to go. Both in the top 5.
Now, Mike and Tony, with 40 to go, the window has opened to make it to the end on fuel. And we're seeing tire fall off, but not that great a tire fall off. Now, if you want to split this stage in half, you go about another 15 laps. But if you're willing to roll the dice, you come here in the next few laps, and in the perfect storm, you get a caution, and you'll leapfrog all these drivers that's in front of you because they'll have to come to pit road.
What strategy won you that race here in 16?
We short pitted about 3 laps before everybody else came.
Right.
And then the caution came out. That was our only shot. I mean, we were running, I think, 22nd when Mike Bugaravich made that decision, and we got out and then got the caution we needed, and that set us up.
So you made your own luck.
My crew chief made our own luck. I just had to carry it on the rest of the way.
Good call. Before that window opens, we'll take a quick pause here with Daniel Suarez leading Chris Buescher, Kevin Harvick, Michael McDowell, and Brad Keselowski. Daniel Suarez leading with 37 laps to go in Sonoma. Time for today's Credit One Bank ones to watch.
Hey, I'm going to take the obvious. I'm going to take the guy that has been in the top 5 the entire race. Chris Buescher, I think, is going to steal the show here today.
Hey, I'm not giving up on Kyle Larson. He dominated the first stage. Then he got mired back in traffic. He's working his way up. I think Kyle Larson, the 5 team, goes to victory lane for the second time this season.
Yeah, Jamie, Daniel Suarez has 194 career starts, still looking for that very first win. He comes to Sonoma knowing he really needs to win to make these playoffs. I think maybe if he can pull the right strategy as far as this next pit stop, they can seal the deal.
Michael McDowell led 34 laps last week at St. Louis. That's more laps than he had led in an entire season before in his career. He's carrying that momentum here today. He's a good road course racer, and he is proving it at Sonoma, currently running 4th and looking for his 2nd career win. I like McDowell.
I like the old man. Kevin Harvick won here in 2017, the year after Tony, who made me pick one of his cars, because I get to go last and pick. Every week I got to pick last. Give me Harvick. So, those are the Credit One Bank ones to watch. All right, pit window is open. There's Denny Hamlin, and teammate Kyle Busch is also in. Vince?
Well, for Denny Hamlin, it's been a chore all day long, just super loose all day. How's the 18 rolling, Jamie?
Yeah, just the same, Vince. It's been a struggle. Said how terrible it was early on. They've been off sequence. They took one set of tires here, made a small adjustment, said it just won't turn.
Again, these are 2 drivers, 2 teams. No, they did not have cars that could win this race just going straight up. In their perfect world, to Tony's point a while ago, a caution comes out here in the next couple of laps. Everybody else is going to have to pit. They stay out.
Well, and another new wrinkle, Tony. Sunshine now on at least half the racetrack. First time we've seen that today.
Yeah, and as soon as this track surface heats up, we saw some tire wear at the end of stage 2. That could bring a whole new element to this game and this race that we haven't seen yet.
Pretty much the north end of the track is in pretty bright sunlight here. Martin Truex came in, made his pit stop. We still
35 to go, Frankie. 35 to go.
Still have the 6 drivers out front, all seeking their first win of the season. So I guess if it's win and you're in here and the super speedways, the road courses and the super speedways are kind of become the wild cards of NASCAR, where you don't have the usual suspects lined up at the front all the time.
That's what's interesting, Mike. You think about these 11 races left in the regular season, 4 road courses, including today, and we know where the regular season finale at Daytona.
I'll be honest, I'm nervous right now because it's a matter of when does that crew chief pull the pin and call his driver in right now. We know fresh tires have speed. We know that's going to gain you the gap, but you know the more laps you put on them and you have at the end of the race, that's less tire you got left.
So Bubba Wallace out of the race early at lap 10, engine trouble, and Tyler Reddick has taken his car to the garage. Vince?
Yeah, mad dash trying to get this repaired, but here's the problem with the 8 for Tyler Reddick. The screws backed out of the rotor. You can see here where the screws had and actually broken off in this particular hole here. So that's the issue. Try to get that rotor changed, but obviously a very long fix for the 8 and Tyler Reddick.
And it's been a while since we've heard that happening. It happened a lot in the early going of this next-gen car. We're starting to see more and more pit stops happen here. Here you see the 9 car on pit road.
Chase Elliott making his stop. Daniel Suarez out front has now led more laps in 2022 than in any previous season of his NASCAR Cup career.
Mike, you kind of pointed it out. I do find it interesting in all 4 of the Joe Gibbs Toyota drivers, when that window opened, all of them, they now have made what probably may be their final pit stop.
And they really have nothing to lose. I mean, that's a very calculated and smart decision. I mean, they don't have anything to lose. They don't have the pace. They don't have the speed. By short pitting, they're going to get the advantage of the new tires and the lap time initially until this lead group starts to pit.
Okay.
Up the hill to turn 2 for Austin Cindric and Ross Chastain trying to have a look here, and floats the nose across the corner.
Both of them standing on the gas leaving. And what would it be with the one car if we didn't touch somebody, at least in this transaction? Just a nudge just to say hi. But that's the great thing about these bodies. You can do that. It doesn't hurt the shape of it. It pops out, Larry, to where you don't lose any aero because of it. It doesn't take any performance away from the car.
Saw it from day one, Tony. You did the Busch Clash out there at the LA Coliseum, just how durable this car is, especially when it comes to that body.
And something you see there off of turn 11, you see him holding a lower line on the exit. This track has got a very worn out surface, so the natural line is to let the car go out wide on the exit. The stones in the asphalt lower off the corner have more grip. So as the tires get wear on them, you actually can help yourself by tightening the exit of the corner, which you don't think is going to help you speed-wise, but you do get better acceleration.
32 laps to go here in Sonoma. Each week, catch all the WWE action, starting with Raw on USA Network, Mondays at 8 Eastern. Then Friday night, SmackDown on Fox at 8 Eastern. Sports Entertainment's biggest shows on USA Network and Fox. The Bella Twins were here for pre-race, and Grand Marshals gave the command to get things started here.
With bigger muscles than we have.
That's not saying a lot for me, Tony.
Well, that would be natural if we said they had more hair than you.
How about Daniel Suarez? 18 laps in the lead today. He's been working hard trying to get that first win, which I guess has to be just a little tougher when your teammate has won 2 this year.
But Daniel's done a great job today. The end of the second stage, we saw him getting a little bit loose. He's done a great job this stint of taking care of his tires so far. Hasn't hardly put a wheel wrong.
There's that curve at pit road at turn 12, and the second set of pits where stands Jamie Little.
And Ryan Blaney in the 12 said he just cannot pass out there. Wanted an adjustment to help the grip on this car. It's interesting with the sun out now, how the cars are changing. The handling is changing a little bit. They came to get those fresh tires for Blaney. He pitted from the 6th spot.
Now here is Alex Bowman trying to catch Ross Chastain. This is for 7th place. Alex with that bright color scheme. It's Pride Month, and Ally choosing to run an LGBTQ plus paint scheme in honor of Pride Month on Bowman's car. He's been knocking around the top 10 most of the day.
Got relatively smooth hands there as he goes through turn 10. Ooh, little chatter.
And an opportunity.
And as soon as he saw that door open, did you hear him grab a handful of throttle?
He's there.
Yeah.
All clear behind him, but he never ate it.
Ross did a great job there. Ross knows that Alex is faster. That was a great deal by Ross Chastain there to not push that issue.
We're seeing more and more drivers hit pit road. Austin Cindric in that 2 car, he just hit pit road. If I'm up there, the 99 of Suarez, Buescher the 17, Harvick the 4, I want to be the first to come to pit road. I don't want to have to hold my breath if one of those others pit and get burnt by a caution.
Kevin Harvick almost got Chris Buescher for 2nd place here. You know, we've not had, other than the stage breaks, we've not had a caution flag since Bubba Wallace back on lap 10. It has been a very clean road race here.
I have a feeling that will change a little bit here toward the end of this thing. The closer to the end of this gets, the dirtier it's going to get.
So here's 2nd and 3rd place on pit road. Vince?
Well, the interesting thing is they are pitted in the boxes adjacent to one another, so they can keep a close eye on what the other is doing. And right now, both of them, like their race cars, just need a little bit more stability and a little more drive off. Otherwise, pretty solid. This is just a race of the pit crews. Which one's going to get out first? It's the 17.
Oh, and a problem for Rodney Childers' crew. They have to jack it back up. That was
probably the final pit stop, which would be the money stop.
Or the lack of money stop in this scenario.
That's about a 9-second difference in leaving pit road. Here comes Buescher back up to speed, and Harvick just hit the yellow line now and begins to accelerate.
That hurts.
And that's the car owner talking, Tony Stewart. And Ross Chastain with an issue on his stop. Let's take a look here. Left rear. We've seen several issues, and whether it's the hub, the screws, the rotor, but we've seen several issues of right rears not being tightened up here. Vince?
Just foreign gas for Michael McDowell. Crew Chief Blake Harris told me earlier, if we give him a good enough car, he's talented enough to keep it in the front. He's doing that today, Jamie.
Daniel Suarez has led 21 laps. They never led a lap before this race. A good stop. The boys got it done. Just 4 tires for the 99.
That was a fast stop.
Michael McDowell going out. Kyle Larson coming into his stall. Jamie.
And Kyle Larson in his box as well. Just been grinding, trying to make his way back, but he's kind of been mired there in that 10th to 8th spot. Can't really go anywhere. They work on the left side of Kyle Larson's car. He's down now and away.
So Brad Keselowski, who last led in the Cup Series 3 laps at Las Vegas, the 3rd race of the season. Keselowski is in the lead.
Watch Brad Keselowski do this driving for Team Penske several years ago, back in 2017. He ran it absolutely as far as he could, and now we've lost a tire and a wheel.
Oh, no. Pole sitter Kyle Larson.
Caution's out here. Caution's out.
So there's the second caution flag for cause of the day. Right front on Kyle Larson. From our drone camera above turn 1 and up to 2.
Oh, wow. Soon as he fed the wheel to the right, exit stage right.
Now, Larry, this will result in one of NASCAR's costliest penalties to this team.
Yeah, it'll be a 4-week suspension for crew chief Cliff Daniels and the jackman and the tire changer. So, yeah, I mean, I think this is the 10th one of 2022.
So we've had some left rear issues, now a right front with Larson. What is the issue with getting this wheel seated properly on the hub and getting the signal lug nut tight?
Yeah, you've got the drive pins and you've got the drive pin holes, and you have to line those up. And if it doesn't seat completely, the lug nut will mainly tighten, but it won't be tight. But now I will say this. We also have had several issues where the jackman's key to go is when he sees the tire changers come back. We've had a couple, like Denny Hamlin in the 11 car, where the tire changer thought the lug nut went on. The lug nut had come out of the socket. It was not even installed, and Denny left and the tire fell off. So we've had a couple of things happen with this single lug.
So Larson makes his way back to pit road. The car pretty much running on the rub blocks there on the right front, and remains in the race and on the lead lap. Penalties will come post-race.
You know, I've said it, Cliff Daniels, I got so much respect for him. He tried to duplicate what he did a year ago and win that first stage, and it just was not in the cards, and it's kind of went downhill from there.
over, take a look at it really quick. Make sure all the nuts are run up good. Make sure.
I believe Josh Bilicki will get the free pass on this overall. The fourth caution of the day for Kyle Larson, losing a right front wheel.
And stacking it all up. Can't wait for the sun to go down. Roll into town. Shine your truck up.
Love seeing all the families at this race, and especially the kids wearing hearing protection. It's a little noisy here. That's all part of the fun. Pit road is open with 26 laps to go. And at least the first 5 cars had not yet been on pit road in this stage, Vince.
Joey Logano with the alternate strategy today. He scored the most points, but he's been off sequence, and what's that going to do for his chances to win? He likes his car. They're having a problem on the left rear. Finally got it snugged up, Jamie.
And the 6 of Brad Keselowski, we just talked about what a day he has been having, one that has been long overdue. 4-tire stop here just to help the grip is his biggest complaint.
Larry, I think more left rear issues this week than we've seen in any single race this season.
Yeah, and again, it could be a plethora of things. You know, we have not truly isolated it to one thing, but definitely the left rear seems to be the common denominator.
There are those drive pin holes in the wheel, 18 of them. 6 pins line up with a group of those holes. .25 laps to go. Daniel Suarez cycling back to the lead. Well, after we're done here in Sonoma, NASCAR takes a week off. Everybody goes on vacation as we hand off coverage to NBC Sports.
Thanks, Mike. It's been awesome watching you guys in the booth this season, bringing all the great action to us week after week. I'm excited to get back in the booth myself as NASCAR returns to NBC. Just 2 short weeks away, we'll be live from Nashville Superspeedway. I'm hoping everybody's going to tune in to NBC on Sunday, June 26th, 5 p.m. Eastern, as the race for the playoffs continues. Now, let's get back to the action here at Sonoma.
Thanks, Junior. We'll look forward to that. And today's big announcement is that the Busch Light Clash will return to the historic Los Angeles Memorial Coliseum February 5th on Fox. Tickets for this season opening event go on sale in early August. Visit NASCARclash.com or use that QR code on your screen to register for an exclusive pre-sale offer later this summer for the Busch Light Clash. 25 laps to go. Daniel Suarez out front. We're going to take you Fox side by side.
Expectations come with the territory, but raising expectations, that comes with determination, pushing ourselves further, and knowing that recognition isn't given, it's earned. Ram, J.D. Power's #1 brand and new vehicle quality. No wonder more people are switching to Ram than ever before.
Every dollar counts these days, so take advantage of this great offer during the Ram Make the Switch event.
It's still the Eat Fresh Refresh at Subway, and now they're refreshing their classics.
With a classic.
Refresh.
Because their classic sweet onion sauce is getting refreshed on the new sweet onion steak teriyaki.
You got a refresh too? Line?
You know Liberty Mutual customizes your car insurance, so you only pay for what you need. Like how I customized this scarf. Check out this backpack I made for Marco. Only pay for what you need.
Liberty, 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 liberty. Knoxville Raceway, June 18th. One night only. NASCAR trucks racing live at the most prestigious dirt track in the world. Be there when the trucks hit the dirt. Bring your friends, bring your family. Plus, all kids 12 and under are free. That's right, free. NASCAR trucks, one night only. The Clean Harbors 150 presented by Premier Chevy. Live Saturday night, June 18th. Get your tickets now at KnoxvilleRaceway.com.
For the first time since WrestleMania, Roman Reigns steps into the ring to defend the undisputed WWE Universal Championship against the Vengeful Riddle. Plus, Madcap takes on Happy Corbin in a last laugh match. It's an all-new edition of Friday Night SmackDown, live at 8 Eastern, 7 Central on Fox.
The sports world is buzzing about the USFL.
What a catch!
And tonight on FS1, the playoff-bound Philadelphia Stars look to stay red hot against the Pittsburgh Maulers.
the USFL tonight at 7:30 Eastern on FS1.
It'll be 23 laps to go when they come back. The first 4 drivers all trying to win their first race of the year, and in one case career. That's Suarez, your leader. Then Buescher, Blaney, and McDowell. Kyle Busch leads the Gibbs cars, which all short pitted, and they are now in 5th, 9th, 11th, and 16th.
And getting advantage of those fresh tires in that short amount of time, that definitely paid dividends, especially for Kyle Busch.
You listened in on Daniel Suarez's team.
Let's stay on the game here. You're working. Stay on the game. Yes, sir. We're here for you. You got this, man. They're trying to pump up that 17. You're better than he is.
Let's find out. Suarez on the outside, Buescher on the inside of the track. Only the leader gets lane choice on road courses. Here they come to the restart flag. It'll be 23 to go. McDowell going for second.
It's a great jump by Daniel Suarez.
He's got to love seeing that in his mirror.
Absolutely.
All right, Buescher prevails as they sorted out single file. Kyle Busch with a move to the inside on Harvick. Not going to get there as he battles Bowman, and they trade a little paint. 3 wide coming to turn 7.
Oh, Kyle Busch locks up the rear tires, spins.
Bowman with him. We stay green. Boy, this is a place you're going to get your feelings and your fenders hurt.
Yeah, it's feast or famine here, unfortunately. I mean, when you have a good day, it's a great day here, but when you have an off day, you normally leave here pretty upset about it.
Well, it's sorted out now, but let's go back up to turn 7. Kyle Busch inside of Bowman. And it's going to be 3 wide coming to the corner with Briscoe. But Kyle Busch is around as Briscoe goes to the inside and Bowman ends up outside.
And I think it's a perfect example of what those new tires versus old tires, you know, Rowdy's going to sit there and get everything he can get out of it. He had more brake and more talent than what his tires had at that point. Everybody else is on fresher tires.
And Alex Bowman does a little agricultural racing to get back on course.
Yeah, he's all the way back to the 28th spot right now in that 48 car.
And Kyle Busch is back in 32nd, 29 laps off the lead after this.
That was self-preservation. He drove it outside of the groove even further to make sure he didn't have contact with the 18. Alex has been doing a lot of dirt sprint car racing, so him going off course, he's one of the guys I'd put my money on if he's got to go off.
Daniel Suarez had a bit of wheel spin in turn 11, and that brought Buescher right back to him through turn 1, up the hill to 2.
Larry, I think with 21 to go here, I don't think you're going to see these guys holding anything back. I think they're going to use everything they got every lap.
Yeah, there's no holding back now whatsoever.
One thing Harvick's using is that bumper. He just got into Cindric at the top of the hill. This is for 5th place. 3A, now down the hill to 4.
Well, and Kevin's trying to recover from the issues they had on that last trip to pit road with that pit stop.
There's your Xfinity fastest last lap, Chris Buescher. Quicker than Harvick, Suarez in 3rd, then Briscoe and McDowell. Briscoe currently 7th, McDowell in 3rd. Vince, how about Chris Buescher?
Well, what a great run it is for Buescher. And, you know, it's interesting. Even though this racetrack is nothing like Watkins Glen, Buescher told me this morning that they did a tire test at Watkins Glen a few weeks back, and he said, we learned something about road course racing and our package that we made a change for this week, and it really worked. It brought our car to life. So it's interesting with this new car, it's a constant learning process, even if you're at a racetrack that is nothing like the one you're actually racing at.
Right. I don't know, Tony. One more lockup in turn 11 for Suarez, and Buescher may have the lead here.
Yeah, I mean, if he continues to do that, eventually it is definitely going to take its toll on that right front.
Austin Cindric having a very strong day for the rookie in 5th place, Jamie.
It really is, Mike, and anytime Austin Cindric goes to a road course, you always count him in, but it was not easy starting yesterday and practicing qualifying, just disconnected, especially on the right-handers. He started this race 25th. They had just been working on it. Baby steps was their words, and now he's running top 5. Hasn't finished in the top 5 since he won the Daytona 500.
You know, Mike, Sonoma can be tough on rookies. A rookie has not finished better than 15th in the last 11 races here.
Wow.
It's a tough track. It's like we've talked about over and over. This is a track that is a rhythm track. You have to get in a rhythm, and you can run as many laps as you want on a sim, but nothing is going to beat getting actual track time here to get that rhythm.
Tell you what, Tony, if Daniel Suarez so much as slips a front tire or a rear tire, Chris Buescher is there ready to pounce in that 17.
I don't know, Larry. Suarez is driving the race of his career. Other than that occasional lockup in 11, he's hardly put a wheel wrong.
And if I'm Chris Buescher, I'm trying to watch right now, and I'm trying to figure out where is Daniel strong and where is he weak. But your best corners and your best opportunity in braking zones are turn 4, turn 7, and turn 11. So to be good there, you have to be good at 3A, you have to be good at turn 8, and be good at turn 10 to get that run on that driver to get in the braking zone where you're close enough to do something.
He's close.
Run about lap 14, we started pulling away from the 17. He was a little better the short run.
That's Daniel's radio. Buescher within a car length as they come to 11. Last time we saw Buescher, he was on his roof. Took 8 minutes to get that car righted, get him out of there. He was uninjured in that crash, but then lost a week due to the COVID protocol. 5th place, Harvick on the outside at turn 1. If he can stay there, he's in a good spot for turn 2. He's there. Makes the pass.
These cars, I don't remember ever being at Sonoma and us seeing two wide racing through turns 1 up to turn 2 like we are in different sections of the track where it never worked. The guy on the inside always prevailed. But I've seen more side-by-side racing through corners and guys being able to hold on. And I think it's a testament to this new car. This new car has been perfect for the road course races.
And we have 6 of them this season. 18 laps to go. Daniel Suarez with a thin margin over Chris Buescher as one more time we take you, Fox, side by side.
All right, the fuse box is right through this door.
Which one is it?
Securing the package now.
Seriously?
Guys, abort mission.
Get your helmets. You guys are gonna love this thing.
I told you we should have just called them.
Hitting the road? Not all 5G networks are created equal.
T-Mobile covers more highway miles with 5G than Verizon. T-Mobile has more 5G bars in more places than anyone. Another reason T-Mobile is the leader in 5G.
Everyone's excited Wendy's Summer Strawberry Salad is back.
I certainly am.
Crispy bacon, grilled chicken, and
fresh strawberries.
I'm aware.
It's always good to meet another super fan.
Wendy's Summer Strawberry Chicken Salad is back.
Wednesday on FS1, it's time for two of the NL's best to collide. Christian Yelich leads the Brewers.
A monster shot!
Against the Mets and their 1-2 punch of Alonso and Lindor. Wednesday at 6 Eastern on FS1.
In NASCAR, the journey begins with one simple start. Turn, bump, win, and celebration. I am the NASCAR Camping World Truck Series. I am NASCAR.
Over the last lap and a half, Daniel Suarez has increased his lead from a car length to about 6 car lengths, which on track is about 3/4 of a second. Michael McDowell, Ryan Blaney, Kevin Harvick, there are the lap leaders today, led by Suarez. Chase Elliott currently in 8th place. Kyle Larson in 18th, who lost a wheel. Joey Logano back in 26th. And Chris Buescher, of course, in 2nd. Just a few car lengths off the lead. William Byron pressuring Elliott there. There are your leaders. Heading for turn 11, which has been a little bit of a trouble spot for Suarez. Buescher gains on him every lap there. Now, right at the end of the top 10, A.J. Allmendinger, who earlier reported no power steering, but Vince, he is hanging in there.
Well, I'll tell you what, it has been a battle. They put some power steering fluid in there, but he said it didn't really help much. He has just dealt with it. And, you know, he has a guy that was under the weather all week long coming into the race. That makes it even more difficult. A.J. small in stature, small-framed guy, but he has muscled up and delivered here today.
Well, he shares that ride with Daniel Hemrick and Noah Gregson. The car runs the full schedule, got his first top 10 of the season at St. Louis last week.
And we're watching him in the car. I'm watching the tops of his shoulders. If his arms are starting to get tired, you're going to see him pick up his outside shoulder of whatever direction he's turning into. He looks like he's fairly comfortable. I mean, he is doing an outstanding job to not have power steering right now. Looks really comfortable. The other guy that looks pretty comfortable is leading this race, too.
You know what, Mike? You talked about not holding anything back. He has about 9 laps on those tires. Daniel Suarez turned his fastest lap of the race 2 laps ago.
He builds up a lead, Tony, of about 6 car lengths, coming all the way to turn 10 and then loses most all of it, entering 11.
But look at what he gains back on the exit. He pulls it all back out. So it's somewhat deceiving. I mean, you're going to have, with such a big, long braking zone where the speed goes from so high to so low, and then back the opposite direction when they leave the corner.
And you drop over 100 miles an hour between 10 and 11. And maybe it's just a case of Suarez not wanting to abuse his brakes or his tires getting in there, especially if he knows he can come off that corner and retain the lead.
And he's got enough of a gap now that it needs to be all out in front of him. If I'm his spotter, I'm telling him, you're not being pressured from behind. It's all in front of you, and let him run his lap. If for some reason his pace is slower than Buescher's is, then the spotter's got to call and say, hey, we're going to have to pick it up a little bit. But the best thing that Daniel Suarez can do right now is strictly focus on his car and his pace, running his lap the way he wants to run it right now.
A big gap, about 8 car lengths going into turn 10. Buescher closes 1, and then under braking, closes about 3 more.
But here's this forward by squeeze and pull away again.
So how maddening must that be if you're Chris Buescher right now? You can get that close.
Well, it's a false sense of security, unfortunately. You get there, you get in the corner, you're like, all right, I just made up a bunch of ground. And then as soon as he leaves the corner, you're like, I lost it all back.
Vince?
Well, Tony noted that Suarez is pulling away from Chris Buescher off the corners, and that's been the issue for Buescher all day long, saying when the tires start to wear, it's really tough to keep the forward drive in it. That's what they've been trying to work on all day long, but Buescher just needs a little better drive, he says, if he's going to catch Suarez.
And Tony, that drive like off of turn 11, that speed goes all the way up the front stretch, up the hill, all the way to turn 2.
But if he's struggling with it right now, it's not going to get better most likely. So if you're Daniel, you just got to run your pace. If you're Chris, you got to take care of it as much as you want to try to push to close that gap. Maybe in these next 10 or 12 laps, maybe Daniel's car starts giving up the forward drive. So you can't push too hard and make your problem worse. You got to sit there and run at the capability of what the tires will give you right now.
13 to go in Sonoma. I want to thank our entire Fox NASCAR production team, beginning with producer Barry Landis, director Artie Kempner, pit producer Pam Miller, with Darren Foster, Eric Mandia, Andy Jeffers up there in the booth, Racing Insights with all our stats, and everyone who helps us present this race to you on a weekly basis. It's our job, but it's a labor of love for all concerned, and we appreciate all of their efforts.
And Tony, I know the weather has changed. We talked about the sun coming up, but if this stays green, the length of this run is going to be equal to that run that we did in stage 2, where we went caution free.
And if you remember, Daniel Suarez had blistering problems on the rear tires, so it's going to be important to sit there and you aren't going to manage right now, but you have the ability, if you push too hard, to make a problem that doesn't need to be there right now.
Well, let's get an update from the leaders pit. Here's Jamie.
Tell you, this is the most quiet I've ever heard the 99 radio, Mike. He has not said much at all. He is focused and driving the race of his career. And you just saw his stats. He's been in the Cup Series for 6 years. He won the Xfinity Series championship, moved up to Cup. He's bounced around to multiple teams, never finding a spot, never landing in victory lane. One thing he has done this year, he has found a home with Trackhouse Racing. And today, perhaps, he'll finally break that winless streak and go to victory lane for the first time.
And there is that grandstand full of Daniel's amigos that he told you about earlier in the telecast.
They do not miss a lap that he goes up that hill.
Well, and you're not going to meet a nicer guy. We had the honor of having Daniel drive our car at Stewart-Haas Racing, and just a great kid. Glad he got to another home that he's happy in right now, and nobody deserves it better than him or Chris Buescher at this point. Both of these guys equally deserve this win.
His enthusiasm is really infectious. He must love it up here in Sonoma, because there are more unrestored Volkswagen Bugs here in Sonoma County than I think anywhere else in America. So just driving around looking for restoration candidates probably puts a smile on his face. Glendale, Arizona's Michael McDowell, veteran road racer, and had a lot of success at one point. Might have been on the road to Indy, but found a home in NASCAR and in the Cup Series, and a Daytona 500 winner. Driver with a lot of road course skill, and currently in third place, 6 back. Well, make that. Here's 5th place. Teammates Cindric and Blaney.
I will say something about the 3-team Penske drivers. When it comes to racing other drivers, they do not discriminate. It does not matter if it's a teammate or not.
Well, let's show you that pass again from above.
And that's something that Austin Cindric has a great road course background and is really, really good under braking. We saw it at the LA Coliseum. We've seen it at every road course race. He knows how to get that car stopped and knows how to maximize the braking ability.
All right, Christopher Bell and Denny Hamlin, Larry, have come to pit road.
Yeah, and I don't, because they pitted basically on lap 74, lap 75. So that was like 25 or 26 laps to go. So this is a desperation pit stop right here.
Well, 3 of the 4 Joe Gibbs cars are in positions 29 through 32 right now. Leaving Truex as the leading Toyota in 13th place. And finally, I want to thank the 20 guest analysts that have been in the booth for NASCAR on Fox this year, joining Clint Boyer and myself. Tony with the most appearances of all. Fitting that you should start the season for us and end it here at Sonoma. Of course, Clint was scheduled to be with us this weekend. He is tending to a personal matter. Larry McReynolds kind enough to step in, but it has just been so great to share all the different points of view and experience of all the folks that have been kind enough to come by and spend time with us.
Well, your entire staff is so easy to work with. You guys do a great job. Barry, Pam, Artie, all of you guys in the booth, everybody running cameras, electrical, everything, do such a fantastic job, and it's been an honor to do this with you guys. We love this sport, and to be able to cover it with you guys and bring it to the fans is something I've absolutely had a blast doing that with you guys this year.
Well, thank you. We've certainly enjoyed having you and all of the guests that have joined us.
And Mike, I've enjoyed the opportunity to come back and do some booth work with you. You and I stood in this same booth 21 years ago to end our first year of NASCAR on Fox in 2001.
Time flies, Larry. It's still so much fun. And so many new storylines like this group right here. These 4 drivers at the front of this field. If any one of them could score the checkered flag, it'd be their first win of the season and most likely punch their ticket into the Cup Series playoffs. Daniel Suarez leading more laps here than probably in his whole career. 39 so far. Jamie out front with 8 to go.
Yes, he is out front. You know what? He has a lucky charm today. An honorary friend of Team Trackhouse. Little Kinsley, 6 years old. She's battling ATRT. It's a brain and spinal cord cancer. She's having surgery this week, but in the meantime, she is here with her entire family. They got to meet this morning. They were on our pre-race show. Look at Kinsley's smile. So excited to be here rooting for Daniel Suarez and perhaps even going to victory lane here in just a matter of laps.
A great story. But to do that, Daniel Suarez is going to have to run 7 more time trial laps here to stay out in front of Chris Buescher.
Well, I think Chris has to run the time trial laps. Daniel has to just run 7 smooth laps like he's been running this entire stint. If he can do that, he's in a good spot right now.
Now, they mirrored each other's lap that time, but the 2 laps prior to that, Daniel was maybe about 2.5 tenths quicker than Chris Buescher.
And Michael McDowell and Kevin Harvick are 0.3 of a second faster than both of them, but still kind of far back here.
Yeah, and we're listening to, watching Daniel, and Jamie mentioned that they haven't been talking a lot on the radio to him. This is one of those scenarios where you just want to let the driver drive. I mean, there's nothing that he's doing that he needs any more information than what he's already doing at this point. So just letting him stay focused, letting him stay locked in. Don't say anything to him that distracts him in any way. He's doing his work right now.
Let's get some help, Frankie. Please. Everything you can get from help.
Travis Mack to Frank Kimmel II, the spotter. Right. Talking about that lap car ahead. You've got the job. We hired you because you know what to do. Go out there and do it.
That's right. That's right. I mean, and he's doing a great job right now. There's nothing that the crew chief, there's nothing that the spotter's going to do that is going to help him at this point. With lap traffic coming up, that spotter is wandering around trying to find those cars in front of him and trying to get help from their spotters to say, hey, we need a break right here. We're leading this thing. Can you give us a little room when we get there?
Rough day for Martin Truex. His position now matches his car number as Eric Almirola and Alex Bowman just went by. Truex, just like his teammates, coming back to pit road.
And the only way this play works for them is if we run far enough now. If we get a caution, it's maybe going to force a lot of the other cars on the lead lap to come to pit road to get 4 fresh tires.
Yeah, it's a great point. I mean, again, they had nothing to lose before. That's why they short pitted in the first place. And this does. I mean, we've run long enough in the race right now that with 5 to go, 6 or 5 to go, if you get a caution right now, you're probably going to force these guys to have to make a pit stop. But I don't know if the way pit road has been today, I don't know if I want to have to take that chance.
Tony, if I'm running up in the top 5 or 6, a lot like St. Louis, my pit stuff's already over at the hauler, already loaded up.
There are the amigos. Just outside turn number 1. Suarez looks and climbs the hill. They are there.
5 to go. You put 3/10 on him there.
A sea of red. And that's good info. Chris Buescher now 2.3 back.
I think Chris threw all he could at it, but his car is just not there. It's just not as good as that 99 car this deep into the run.
I agree. You wonder if he could have got by him, what the circumstances would have been. Would the end result be the same? Would his car have fallen off at this point in the run, or would that clean air have mattered? But Daniel did such a good job, and especially at the end of the second stage. I thought he was going to be in really big trouble, and in this stage he's done such a good job of taking care of it. Every time we see him, he's not slipping a wheel. He's on entry, he's solid. On exit, he is not letting those tires get away from him.
So good things that have happened to Daniel Suarez this weekend. Kinsley Wilkerson, Jamie told that story. Kinsley riding on Daniel's car. Daniel's amigos here. They had a big party in pre-race, and they're on the hillside. His girlfriend, Julia Piquet, has been looking for a particular car for her daily driver. Been trying to help Daniel to find a Porsche 912, one that was made early within 3 specific model years. They found one this weekend. And Justin Marks' car owner got the Bernsey Award this weekend. I guess that only leaves one thing, and it's 3.5 laps away.
Seal the deal.
Not a long list of foreign-born drivers to win in the Cup Series. Mario Andretti won the Daytona 500, won Pablo Montoya. Earl Ross from Canada won at Martinsville, and Marcus Ambrose from Australia on the road course.
And that win by Juan Pablo Montoya right here at Sonoma 2007, the only Rookie of the Year candidate to win a race here at Sonoma.
You know, this Trackhouse team, of course, the team itself is only a couple of years old. There's car owner Justin Marks. And all these drivers in 2016 were racing against each other in the Xfinity Series.
Yeah, what Justin has done putting this program together is remarkable.
And I say all of them, including Justin, who raced some for Chip Ganassi and ended up buying Chip Ganassi's NASCAR operation. So far, so good.
For that lap, I think he's banking time to the 34. You'll have one more lap car, the 78.
That'll be Scott Heckert ahead, who is 1 lap in distance down to the leader. The last car on the lead lap, who thought we'd be saying Denny Hamlin's name in that context today.
Exactly.
Yep.
And he should not catch Denny Hamlin, because Denny Hamlin has very fresh tires right now. So other than that, he's got a pretty clean racetrack in front of him.
Meanwhile, in 7th place, Chase Elliott trying to hold off Ross Chastain. Here he comes, and they're on their feet again in turn 1.
I don't know if that group can make it many more laps. They start jumping higher and higher every time he goes by.
2 to go. It's a home track for Justin Marks. Daniel's team owner, grew up here in the Bay Area.
And Mike, Tony will know this. I speak from experience of being able to win at this race. Yeah, you've got to make that final lap, all 11 turns, but the flag you want to see is that white flag, because you know when you see it, the next flag ends the race.
That's right. And with the gap he's got, it's lift early, be easy on the throttle, do everything you can to not make any kind of mistake. He just has to keep doing what he's doing right now, and he can back his pace off, make smooth, consistent laps right now, and he's going to be in good shape.
Oh, no! Allmendinger. Oh, here he's coming back on. That's turn 3, I believe.
But that's why he wants to see that white flag,
Yes, exactly.
just like that.
That's exactly why.
AJ down to turn 3.
Oh, he got off.
Yeah.
Got the right sides off in the dirt.
But he got restarted, and there's the white flag. Sponsored by Credit One Bank, waving over Daniel Suarez.
All right, white flag. About a 4-second, 5-second lead. You had one come back on here at the top of 3A. Take your time through here. You got no pressure.
That's very good information.
I wonder if that steering just locked up on Allmendinger. Something had to happen there.
I think he just got the right sides off in the dirt here.
Okay.
But the good thing is Daniels through that section doesn't have to worry about that anymore. Just has to make another good, solid half lap here and get this win under his belt.
He's got almost a 5-second lead over Chris Buescher. That's 17 right now.
So team owner Justin Marks, as we mentioned, Bay Area native. His dad, Michael Marks, up there on the pit box with him. Awaiting what would be the crowning of NASCAR's newest Cup race winner. Through turn 10 for the final time. Headed for the hairpin and home. Well, the Fox season opened with Pitbull doing a concert at the racetrack of the Coliseum. He's a partner in Team Trackhouse. And through turn 12, Daniel Suarez is a NASCAR Cup winner. You gotta love it when nice guys finish first.
Absolutely. You aren't going to find a better guy that's always smiling no matter what's going on. He's always smiling. He's always looking at the positive, and definitely that effort paid off today.
Might go pick her up, give her a victory lap, man.
The 30-year-old from Monterrey, Mexico, gets his first Cup Series win in his 195th start and becomes the 5th driver not born in the United States to win in the Cup Series. He is the 4th driver to get his first career win this season. And Ross Chastain cheering him on. A victory bump from Chase Elliott.
I don't think there's a driver in this series that does not like Daniel Suarez.
Exactly. This is a feel-good story for this whole series.
To me, it's a big win in motorsports, but it's a huge sports story at the end of the day.
Chris Buescher is second by 4.9 seconds. Michael McDowell third. Kevin Harvick fourth. Rookie Austin Cindric fifth. Ryan Blaney sixth. Chastain seventh. Chase Elliott eighth. William Byron, Brad Keselowski round out the top 10.
It's fun watching him. Everybody in the field is slowing down to congratulate him on the end lap right now. That's what he's looking to the right. All of his fellow competitors congratulating him.
Everybody with a slow down and a wave. There's Kurt Busch. What a weekend for Team Trackhouse. What a season, Vince.
Justin Marks, team owner. Wow. Yeah. Can you put this into words, this win?
This one's difficult to put into words. Daniel Suarez, Travis Matt helped build Trackhouse, and they've been working so hard together. They've been so focused, so dedicated, trying to get into victory lane. the one car winning 2 races this year was tough on them, but they never gave up. They knew that they deserved to be in victory lane. I'm so proud of them and happy for them.
Congratulations.
The whole crew is up on the wall in front of Daniel. And at 99, he's going to burn it down.
We're just told that the item in front of the splitter of the car was a taco. That's awesome.
Looks like Justin Marks going to climb right in the car.
Well, he owns it. He should.
Well, Daniel's longtime girlfriend, Julia Piquet, her brother drove in NASCAR. Her dad drove in Formula One. I mean, great racing family. The young man from Monterrey, Mexico, started his racing there, came to the United States with dreams of NASCAR, and now that dream is realized.
This will be a victory lane celebration we will not forget for quite some time.
It will probably last for quite some time.
Rightfully so.
In Kansas, he was on his way to dinner with us, and it's a piñata. That's what it is. We talked at dinner about what did he want to do, what kind of celebration did he want to have when he first won, and he says, you know, how about a piñata? There it was.
I like that better than the watermelon. At least we can pick it up and eat the stuff that came out of the piñata.
That's right. There it is, Jamie Little.
This has already been quite the celebration. And Daniel Suarez, since you won your Xfinity Series championship, it has been a long road here in the Cup Series, different teams, a lot of heartbreak. How do you put into words the race you had today in this moment standing right here?
It's crazy, Jamie. I have so many thoughts in my head right now. I mean, it's been a rough though. It's been a rough journey in the Cup Series, and these guys believe in me. Trackhouse Racing, Justin Marks, Ty Norris, everyone that helped me to get to this point. You know, a lot of people in Mexico, Jim Morales, Carlos Slim, my family. You know, they never give up on me. A lot of people did, but they didn't. So I'm very happy that we're able to make it work.
I mentioned different teams, Trackhouse. It just seemed like magic from the moment you guys started together. What has been different about this team for you?
The energy. They believe in me since day one. You know, they believe in me, and they put all the people, resources, everything to make it happen. So, look at all. We have Daniel's amigos over there.
I want to see.
Fuck yeah!
Daniel, talk to those amigos over there and all the amigos watching at home on their couch. Tell them in Spanish what you're feeling right now.
I'm sorry for what I just said, but gracias, muchas gracias por todo su apoyo. Siempre creyeron en mí desde el inicio y esta es la primera de muchas. This is the first one of many.
Daniel Suarez wins his first career race at Sonoma.
Daniel Suarez, Travis Mack, and his whole crew have a celebration that could last a couple of days. Or, you know, there's an open test day on Wednesday at the track. I hope they're done by then. Lots more to come from Sonoma as we break it down. Daniel Suarez, big win on the road course here. Congratulations to Coca-Cola Racing family driver Daniel Suarez, who got to break the piñata here at Sonoma with a big first Cup Series win. 12 different winners this year, tied for the second most ever through 16 races of the season. And here's Vince Welch with the runner-up.
Chris Buescher with a season best second place finish, but how do you balance a great finish with what you had out there in front of you?
Yeah, that's
I'm just disappointed in myself. Didn't get the job done there, and apologize to these guys because they put an awesome 5th Third Bank Mustang underneath me this weekend, and it's a heck of a return, and we had a lot of speed and just struggled for a little bit of long run speed, just wearing rears out, and ultimately just didn't get it done when it counted. So it's an awesome run at great speed. That's awesome recovery from Coda and what we had there. Everybody back at RFK is doing a great job. Hurts to be that close, but congratulations to Suarez. We're trying to get him, just ran out of steam there.
Second place for Chris Buescher.
Great finish for Buescher, considering upside down at Charlotte, COVID last week, and here he comes back, finishes second. Tony, what did Daniel Suarez do in that final stint that helped him seal the deal?
I think he just realized what the limitation was, and he took care of his tires. We saw early in the run him locking up the right front tire in turn 11, pushing really hard. He made an adjustment, slowed his pace down a little bit, like you mentioned. Chris was able to make up a bunch of time on entry, but Daniel made sure they got in and got it square and could get off the corner and took care of his tires during the entire stint. That was the key.
Larry, a lot of different teams were on the same strategy as Suarez.
They were, but I'm sure when Kevin Harvick and Chris Buescher, when they hit pit road with 29 to go, that was a very nerve-wracking lap for Travis Mack and Daniel Suarez, because they needed to make that green flag pit stop, because if the caution comes out during that lap, it kills their whole day. But it worked out. And my gosh, Mike, you know, you talked about the 12 different winners. We started the season with a first-time winner with Austin Cindric, and we've ended our Fox season with another first-time winner.
And it's just been an incredible season, and we're thrilled to have been a part of it. What a weekend. Daniel Suarez wins for Justin Marks, who received the Burnsy Award as voted on by our Fox crew, memorializing Steve Burns. And what an honor that is for us and for Justin. What a day. You got to love first-time winners, and wow, this was one of the best, and what a way to cap off our 22nd season of NASCAR on Fox. We've had a great time. So have the folks in the Charlotte studio, and they'll bring you home right after this.
I feel like I've been waiting all season to say this. Dale! That's exactly what Pitbull's going to be saying right now, because Daniel Suarez is a winner in the Cup Series, getting it done out there in Sonoma. Daniel's amigos around, such a popular win in the NASCAR garage, because he's a popular driver. Take a look at this, 195th career race, his first win. Of course, he's the 5th foreign-born driver to win a cup race, and the first Mexican. So big congratulations to Daniel Suarez, Travis Mack, Trackhouse Racing. And I know that we're not supposed to pick favorites when it comes to who's going to win the race, but this was a very popular win here, because, like I said, he's just so well liked, and knowing everything that he's gone through to get to this point, it's really cool to see him get a victory. Jamie and Regan here for our post-race coverage. We're going to hear from all drivers who finished in the top 5, so stick with us. But let's talk about the win with Daniel Suarez. Why is this so big for NASCAR?
I mean, obviously, you said it. He's likable, and our crew, we had some cheers here because he's a part of our team. He does Race Hub a couple times a month, so we know him a little better than most. I just think when you look at his season and the pressure that was on him with Ross Chastain being able to win 2 races, and then Daniel was in position to win some races, but he had made mistakes. The teams had made some mistakes. It's pretty cool. You see Jimmy Johnson right here congratulating him. That's pretty good props from a 7-time champ. So cool to see Jimmy reach out to him. But Daniel's a popular driver, and he's been in position to win and was finally able to capitalize on it. And Shannon, you said something when we were watching the race. You're like, what's he thinking about in those closing laps? Like, how nervous are you? I think the best thing that could have happened was Buescher putting the pressure on him until just a few laps to go, and then he could relax. Because to me, when you're checked out, then your mind can start to wonder. But he had pressure almost that whole last run.
You almost hear every problem with the race car as it's happening if you're checked out. For me, the other thing about Daniel Suarez, when you talk about him, you got to talk about the path to getting to this win. What he's been through the past 6 years in the Cup Series, the decision to go to Trackhouse, for them to pick him up last year, to build this team from the ground up, to watch your teammate win 2 races. That's tough to do. That's not easy to do when you were the guy there first. You were the one that helped get this thing off the ground and get it going. So for him to finally get this and everything leading up to it, you mentioned the races that he's been so quick in this year. year. Charlotte is the one I go back to. I felt like he was the best car at Charlotte. They struggled on pit road. Last week they have a jack brake, even though they started the back of the pack and they worked their way up front. They never got down. They always believed in each other as a team. And Travis Mack, a wonderful job with what he has done with Daniel to keep that confidence there.
Yeah, the one thing that stuck out to me that Daniel said right there when Jamie Little was interviewing him was he's like, they believe in me at Trackhouse. He was at Joe Gibbs. He was at Stewart Haas. He had some teammates that won a lot of races. I don't know if those teams believed in him the way that Justin Marks and the whole group at Trackhouse does.
Yeah, and you guys always say, you know, once a driver gets that first win, it's like the floodgates open, right?
Easier.
And then, yeah, they do. All right, let's hear from some of the top 5 drivers. We've already heard from Chris Buescher, who finished second in this race. A great run from him. Let's hear from the guy who finished third. That's Michael McDowell. He's with Vince Welch.
Michael McDowell finishes third today. Boy, you guys have got some real nice momentum going. How do you put this one in perspective with what you guys accomplished today?
Yeah, I'm really proud of everybody at front row. Obviously, we want to win the race. You know, finishing third doesn't get you in the playoffs, but, you know, really thankful to everybody, Bob Jenkins, everybody at Front Row Motorsports. You know, this Love's Travel Stop Ford Mustang was fast all weekend. You know, I keep telling my guys, we got to run second, third, fourth, fifth, week in, week out, and we'll eventually get a win. And felt like we were close today. Just needed a little bit more fire off speed on the front end, but really proud of my team, Blake Harris and all the guys. We're getting closer, so we'll keep pushing hard. You know, we want to get this car in the playoffs, so we'll keep fighting.
Well done.
Thank you.
Yeah, right. So since you're sitting in Larry Mack's seat, I've got a McNugget for you, right?
Oh, I like this.
There you go. It's his first top 5 on a non-super speedway. But this team is, I mean, every single week, Michael McDowell, I feel like you're calling his name. He's in the top 5. Great run for that team.
And they've really turned into a top 10 machine, really, when you think about it. 6 top 10s for that team this year. By far, at this point, the best year of Michael McDowell's career. A big tribute to Blake Harris, what he's been doing with that race car. They led laps last week, found a way to get that car out front, didn't get the finish. This week, solid all day long.
All right, what about the 4th place finisher? That goes to Kevin Harvick. He's also standing by with Vince.
Kevin Harvick finished 4th, and I know that's a good finish for you, but got to be disappointing when you had that opportunity and had the long pit stop. How do you describe what happened there?
Yeah, our gear-wrench Ford Mustang was good all weekend, but we just have a catastrophic failure at least once or maybe twice a weekend, so we can't figure that out. But we got back as far as we could, and guess it is what it is.
Thanks, Kevin.
So I guess that's what you call like making lemonade out of lemons, because I know he was not happy on the radio during this race and to come away with the top 5.
Yeah, and it's going to continue to get more frustrating for him in 59 races since he had his last win at Bristol in 2020. And I don't know that Harvick had a car that could win, but you just don't know. And if you don't have the position or the you know, to be there in position at the end, the bad pit stop that he's referring to, it's so frustrating. When that happens early in the race, you can kind of recover. We saw that with Chase Elliott. You can't recover when it happens on the last stop, especially when you're running third. It looked like he maybe had a shot, but we'll never know.
Yeah, and he still is outside that top 16, something that we'll cover on Race Hub all week long. Let's hear from some more of the drivers. Jamie Little's with another.
Ross Chastain, of course, your teammate's been waiting his turn so patiently. What does this moment mean for you watching on as the teammate?
Yeah, it's Team Trackhouse all the way. I'm so happy for this group, and man, so good. So the people behind the scenes that put in the time and effort to help us drivers, there's just total team support, and to be this new and this special of a group, this is not supposed to happen. So yeah, another 2 fast cars, and couldn't be prouder of Daniel. Like, I know what he's feeling right now, and gosh, he's so good, and I'm so proud for him and happy for him.
It's the 3rd win for Team Trackhouse.
I said on race day earlier today that the best celebration was Ross Chastain with the watermelon. Scratch that. It's the taco piñata for sure. They've got it down.
So
great run for him.
Great run. And yeah, the taco piñata, I think, slipped out just a little bit early on there. But you can see how happy he is for his teammate right there. And everybody at Trackhouse has said all year long that it's one team, same goal. And when one of them wins, they both win.
Congratulations to Daniel Suarez. We'll remind you that NASCAR races do move to NBC after the off week, but we'll be here all week on Race Hub right here on FS1. USFL coming up next. Good night, everybody, and dale.